Good morning, Awoken. Welcome back for another St. Patrick's Day special, another St. Patrick's Day special live stream out here, starting off this morning in front of the Supreme Court of the United States. Going to be walking, doing a little bit of a tour today. Going to be visiting the Supreme Court. Also, we're going to make our way down to the White House and the Ireland Embassy of Ireland, to check out that building as well. So we got a nice long little live stream for you this morning. Going to be hanging out with you guys a couple hours here in Washington, D.C. A beautiful sunrise. So we are just going to be hanging out here, chilling with you guys on this St. Patrick's Day morning. And E9K says, in all caps, yo, my brother, what's going on, big man? Wonderful to see ya. Hope you're doing okay. Happy St. Patrick's Day. So everybody, we're going to be hanging out here in DC, taking your questions, walking around. If you didn't catch it live last night, you should definitely go and check out the Ireland episode that my friend Alicia and I live streamed last night. Some pretty cool information there. You'll want to, you'll want to check that out for sure. No live stream tonight. We did tonight's last night because today is St. Patrick's Day. There's some stuff going on, but we're still with you this morning. We'll be with you here this morning for a couple of hours for sure. E9K adds, I'm doing great. Nice sunglasses. Thanks, brother. Yeah, gotta have that Versace vision, especially when it's a little sunny and bright out. So, yeah, excited to be with you. Excited to be with everyone else here on the stream this morning. Want to be chilling with you guys. Make sure that you all are doing good on the St. Patrick's Day morning. See what you guys are up to. But yeah, we're starting the morning off in front of the Supreme Court building. So going to be taking your questions here for a few minutes. Then we'll pop over to the U.S. Capitol, across the street, and then we'll head down to the Embassy of Ireland. Check that out with today being St. Patrick's Day. And last couple of days on the show, Ireland has been our theme a little bit. So if you're new to the channel, I would love to remind you, hit that subscribe button, leave the video a like, join E9K down in the comment section, asking some good questions. Excited to chat with you guys today. We additionally, other than live streams like this, we have the computer live stream where we do geopolitical issues, U.S. elections, Epstein files, all that good stuff. And we also have these kind of streams. So here, let's get the poll question for today. Online. Good. All right, got that up. Okay, E9K says U.S. has an embassy for all countries. Most of them, yes. There's some kind of bill where the ambassador to America from their country, where is the embassy? So yeah, they all have some kind of an embassy. Okay, got a question from Sharamel. First things first, where's the coffee? Don't have it yet. We'll pick a new random coffee shop when we're heading down to the Embassy of Ireland, the Ireland Embassy. So we'll pick one down in random downtown DC. We'll have to go near the White House to check out that embassy. So we got a little bit of a trek. So yeah, this stream, we're going to go a couple hours on this stream for sure. So would love for you guys to be here with me. But good question though. Yeah, gotta get that coffee at some point. It's kind of ritual a little bit. So What my Aulden name says, hi from Martius Island. Well, hello from Washington, D.C., capital of the United States of America. We are here right outside the Supreme Court in the United States. You got the Library of Congress, and you have the U.S. Capitol over here with some Senate buildings, other important government infrastructure right here. So we're going to be hanging out with you guys around here today. We're going to be walking to the White House as well. Show you guys the White House a little bit later. So yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, if you're brand new to the stream, would love if you hit that like button. If you subscribed to the channel, that would be phenomenal. It would be very fun. Yeah, very fun to have you guys here for future streams where you ascended over 500 subscribers this past weekend, and we're already up to 553 last time I looked. So we are continuously building this channel every single day. So would love to have you subscribe and join the fun. Yes, we're only going up from here. When I pitch your coffee, I pitch your Starbucks. Looks like you're having a good walk. You know it. What my old name? Thank you. Invite me and watch your government. President Trump weren't. All right, bro. You just gotta get to the Capitol building, and we'll get you in there. Michael says family soup, and E9K bro's going to meet Trump like old pals. You know it, man. Yeah, I'll call him right after this. And then Belcher, man, asks a very great question. What is this channel about? Started this, so I'm a former U.S. Senate staffer myself. I started this channel just a couple months ago to really try to give people an on-the-ground perspective in Washington, D.C. I also do deep dives into countries. We do geopolitics, breaking news events, like the war in Iran. We've been talking about the war in Iran all the time here last couple of weeks. So you should definitely consider hitting that subscribe button to follow along in the future. We also do streams like this where I really chit chat with you guys and really take your questions and try to get to know you guys, show you guys buildings in DC, other cool infrastructure. Thank you, dude. Appreciate your support. Charmand 1061. Thank you, sir. Let's see. I got a couple of other Captain Tripp says Folger's Colombian coffee is the only coffee. Random pipe layer. Can't say that too loud. Let AOC make you a Manhattan. Critical says, thank you to Donald J. Trump for making the economy so great that I'm able to purchase my third house this year. What my old name says, you're going to drink coffee, pour milk. Said he'll subscribe. Gemini with the barf emoji. Chawade 4146. Iran speedboats plus $1 trillion military equal what? And Smelly Balls says, good morning, big dog. Good morning, Smelly Balls. What's going up, big man? Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for joining the stream. Glad that you are here. Mr. Palad Tucker Carlson is a drunk and a Fed. Michael says the last time I was in D.C., there was a protest at the same time. People were getting arrested, and there was a guy proposing to his girlfriend. It's Wild City. You know it, man. Very day-to-day life, there's always something different. Even every day I come like right out here and chat with you guys in front of the Capitol and the Supreme Court. There's different people every day. There's there's animals. Sometimes there's protests, press conferences, members of Congress, all that good stuff. So you're getting something different every day out here for sure. So I'm not sure if you guys have seen some of this Tucker Carlson stuff going on last couple of days with, if you watch this little video, he says there's a criminal complaint against him, that the CIA or whatever has been looking at his messages because he's been talking to Iranian stuff, or Iranian personnel people. So that's our semi-main topic today. Also talking about the Strait of Hormuz as well. So here I'll get to some of the comments. Is it chilly this morning? It's it's a little colder than it has been last couple of days. It's probably 35 degrees right now, I'd say. Zach Scott 5945 says going to have to change it to MEGA at this rate. Make Iran or Israel great again. Stay Cool says Israel first, America second. APAC runs America. Jamie Moore says hi. Hello, Jamie. Thank you for joining the stream this morning. Glad to have you here. Dennis says, what does U.S. government think about allies rejecting Trump proposal for a coalition? Yeah, I did see that the president tried to enlist other countries to help bring their war naval ships to try and unblock the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to be discussing, that's our second main topic today for the stream, is the Strait of Hormuz again, right back in the news. Yeah, man, it seems like if Iran can continuously hang on to that strait, then the ball's kind of back in the United States and the Israelis' court, right? That's Iran's new fallback mechanism. Is any time if they feel like they're going to get attacked, instead of maybe the proxies, now they'll just go straight to the Strait of Hormuz. No pun intended. They'll go straight to the Hormuz and shut that down. So that's going to be their next calling card. And if we can't find a way to scuffle that, that's going to be a problem down the road. So we'll talk about that. We'll see what you guys think about maybe if there's any solutions to go around. Zach Scott says, Bella, the answer to that? What my old name says, someone accused him on war. Smelly balls. Tucker Carlson is the only smart thing, Mark Levin said. Jamie says, God bless America and Israel. British patriots stand with Trump. Dennis says he did trash talk his allies first. Terror Bag says, how much did Yo glasses cost? They were a Christmas gift, so I'm not sure the exact cost of them, but probably around $150 or higher is my guess. What my old name, Iran is fighting with speedboats. Smelly Ball says, or ask Jamie if she's over 50 years of age. E9K says, you deserve more love. You're the only person I've seen who jokes around and talks about this stuff in a chill way. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you, big man. Veronza Gova says, are Republicans against Tucker? There's some, not, I wouldn't say a huge amount, but there's probably some Republicans that are against Carlson. And then 45 or 54.95 says $10. There's stuff on your nose. Think you owe me $10. I'm just goofing. 9251 says, hey dude, hope you're well. Doesn't look like much chemtrails in the sky today above you. Yeah, not right now. but we're going to be heading down towards the White House sooner rather than later. We're just hanging out here in front of the Supreme Court for a couple of minutes, and hanging out with you guys this morning. Dennis says, how does the U.S. government view their global reputation? Never have the U.S. reputation been this low globally. I think the government, they're just going to do their own thing. I know that's kind of a weird answer, but they might be a little concerned, but ultimately at the end of the day, as long as we have the Western Hemisphere in our back pocket, essentially, then the Monroe Doctrine will be okay. But it's definitely not something bad to maybe be a little concerned about or aware of, at least have some context there. E9K says, what's your views on Trump with Epstein and hiding files? I released an Epstein files episode probably around a month ago, and I called for the release and full transparency of all of the files. So I'm definitely in favor of making sure anyone listed on those and that acted in criminal, illegal, unethical ways with underage minors, abused women, abused anybody should be held accountable. Terabag says, did you know the Supreme Court has a basketball court on the 5th floor? Yes, and there's one in the Senate as well. I believe in the Dirksen cafeteria, because Ted Cruz, I know Ted Cruz loves to play basketball a lot. And I know some buddies that would play basketball with Ted Cruz every now and then. 7309 says, I love that Canada has a leader that has the balls to stand up to Trump. All right, everybody, take one last little look at the Supreme Court. We're going to be heading across the street to the U.S. Capitol building. So, hey guys, if you're new to the stream, please give the video a like, hit that like button, leave some comments down below, hit that subscribe button as well. Join the fun in the future. We do streams like this all the time, and would love to have you guys join us on the next stream, which will be tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning, we're going to be more, instead of walking around mode, we're going to be in journal investigative mode. Mark Wayne Mullen, the Oklahoma senator, has a Senate hearing tomorrow for his appointment, being appointed to DHS to fill Kristi Noem's seat. And I'm going to try to be there as early as I can, and we'll do reporting. We'll report on the hearing and the meeting. So that's tomorrow's schedule. And then for Awoken Wednesday, our anchor show, we're going to be bringing on my friend Zach. And we're going to be talking about, with it being March Madness and the basketball tournament, going to be talking a little bit about the tournament, but also sports gambling and NIL and all that stuff with college athletes and money. So that will be a fun little episode as well. You'll definitely want to subscribe so you can check that one out as well. Terabag says, Ted Cruz plays basketball. I'm genuinely surprised he does any cardio. And it says, how many files need to be released before anyone does anything, or is this releasing the files just a way to exhaust us? I think it's an information overload. I think that's why there is you even see the stuff like, it's Bibi Netanyahu dead. It's really just an information overload to make it seem like to simply exhaust your brain from consuming information. And it makes it to the point that you're like, is this real? Or even if it is real, There's 10 other articles attached to it. So I hope I kind of made sense with that answer. But yeah, I think it's to exhaust us for sure. Dennis says in 12 hours, I'll try to catch it. Thanks for your answers. Of course, Dennis. Yeah, man, if you, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And that way it should send you like a little notification or something once I go live. But it's, E9K says, are you headed to the White House? Yeah, we're going to go to the Capitol building first. We'll hang out here for 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll start walking to the White House. Yep. He said we're already gone from the Supreme Court's over here. So we're already kind of gone from that. And next we're going to be heading to the Capitol building. We'll hang out here for a little while, for a couple minutes, and then we'll head to the White House. Because that's right where the Ireland embassy is. So we'll want that building out as well. E9K says, now I know how bro looks fit. A walk to the White House today keeps the fat away. Yeah, man, it really is. Yeah, I've incorporated the channel in my daily live streams like this as to and part of my exercise routine. Yeah, we're out here walking miles every day with you guys around DC. That's how dedicated we got to be, right? To do this mass awakening that we also desire. Cool, Dennis. Thank you very much, brother. Just left a Scandinavian think tank talking about the issues I asked you about. Awesome, dude. That's great. I have a lot of geopolitical episodes up, so yeah, I think you'll enjoy them. Looks like it might be closed today for something, but who knows? Yeah, it kind of does. Chamid says, hi with the heart eyes emoji and rose emojis. Hello. Thank you for joining the stream this morning. Glad that you're here. Ken 7309 says, how's Trump's economy doing? With some of the voters and some of the polls not particularly, voters aren't particularly thrilled right now. Vinny says 5 miles a day will keep you fit. You know it, big man. Yep, yeah, just gotta stay in shape somehow, one way or another. And Franz says, hello, boss. What up? What's going on, big man? Thanks for joining the stream once again. Glad to have you back. We are here in front of the U.S. Capitol, hanging out with you guys, taking your questions. We have a couple main topics today. Going to be discussing the Tucker Carlson situation and the Strait of Hormuz. Just had Raslin ask, why would Tucker go jail? So I'm not sure if you saw a couple days ago, Tucker released a video, and he was saying that CIA or someone within the government he had been notified that someone in the government had been like reading through his messages because he was in talks with Iranian personnel, whether it was for media or whatever. And and he said that he was just kind of a little maybe uncertain about his future a little bit. So you should definitely, it's a 5-minute video on his page. It's definitely worth going to check out. Now, do I think he'll go to jail? Probably not, but it's people we know in wartime in particular that governments like to keep stuff more tight-lipped than usual, or preferably. So a pretty big shift there. Courtney says, first time hearing this. Faraz says, are you a fan of Tucker? I listen to Tucker, yeah. I think he's chill. I like him. Then Strait of Hormuz. Eek. Raslin says, I saw it, but he didn't do anything illegal, so. Right, yeah, which is why it's just kind of a fun little poll question for have people debate, talk about in the chat. Yeah, some people may think he should, so. Someone, assume it says Zoran Mondami. Tom says, what Tucker do? And Dennis says, sorry, I'm walking. Right out in front of the U.S. Capitol, hanging out with you guys today. Taking your questions. We're chilling out. We were right in front of the Supreme Court building as well, hanging out there a couple minutes ago, but now we are going to be hanging with you guys by the U.S. Capitol building instead for a little bit. Faraz says, since you learned a lot about Iran, my question is if there was one thing you think is the most important thing that you think Americans should know about Iran. That's a good one. I would really just say for people to understand that it's just a whole different culture and civilization than ours, that it's an Islamic republic with the headed judiciary and other jurists. They run the show, and there's a head jurist, the supreme leader, and it's a very theocratic, it's theocracy. So maybe just trying to, when people think, oh, we can just, if we go into some of these countries and try to change stuff and they'll adopt democracy and all this other stuff, that sometimes it's just, their people, for better or worse, are just wired differently. So that's what I'd say. Doesn't make them bad people by any means. It's just it's just a whole different government, whole different way of life. A good question there. I got a couple of other new commenters, I believe. Let's try to get to some of these new comments. Courtney says it's a lovely day. Absolutely. Stay tuned. Ask thoughts on Zoran. Has he done anything bad so far? Haven't paid all that close attention to Zoran. I know he's met with the president a couple of times. But I did see he was supposed to increase a bunch of money to get the buses free, or there's not enough money, or a bunch of people died on the side of the road with that blizzard they had a couple months ago, or a couple weeks ago, maybe. So, but honestly, I haven't followed Zoran all that much. Dev says, Jesus is God. He died and rose from the dead for the forgiveness of our sins. All who believe in him will not perish, but have everlasting life. God bless and have a great stream. Thank you. Appreciate you. Dennis says, is the U.S. government talking about China's teapots and SCS to clean ships? That's the first time I've heard of that. So good point, Dennis. Bear says he was trying to set up an interview of Iranian leadership to get their side of the conflict. We can't have that. Bunch of dots. And Jack says, what did he do? Yeah, we've mentioned this a couple times about Mr. Carlson. he released a video a few days ago saying that CIA looking into his messages when he's talking to Iranian officials and was tipped off by this and was just a little kind of shocked or concerned with it. Because we know in wartime, like, the government wants to keep some stuff more tight-lipped than others. So just kind of a reminder out there that maybe there's some stuff going on there. So let's see. Faraz says, would you support to let go of FTPT and get RCV? Oh yeah, so first pass the point voting or something and get ranked choice voting. I'd say probably not. Yeah, I think ranked choice vote, it confuses a lot of people. I know in Alaska they use it, and in Maine I think they use it as well. Yeah, I'm more of the 50% plus one guy personally. Dennis says, really, that is a huge part of our discussion here, how China is working around Hormuz and sanctions. Oh, I got you now. No, yeah, I know Chinese ships are still getting through the Strait of Hormuz because they get 40% of their oil comes through that strait. So they have they're tied to it a little bit more. Bear says Congress has not declared war. And then Assume says, really? Question mark. Farr says, since you are not a fan of Israel influence in the U.S., how would you suggest to fight Israel lobby and then put America first? First, they have to register under FARA, but what's going to start happening is that these groups like AIPAC, they're going to start telling their donors or suggesting to their donors that they need to donate on like an individual basis, or they're donate through another PAC or another group or something. So I don't know how there has to be a way, but it's just going to take some time to figure that out, I think. But the main groups, they have to register under the FARA Act for sure. They at least would have to register. The problem is that the voters, like we, the people, have to understand this stuff as well. So Dennis says, yeah, 38% and now much more through their shadow fleet, Malaysia, and their teapots. Then he says we should make the presidency a lottery and you can buy tickets for a chance for the seat. Interesting. Yeah, that would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? All right, here, let's move on from the Capitol, but let's start heading downtown a little bit. Yeah, we've hung out at the Capitol for a good 10, 15 minutes.
Did we get the rest of our bill?
So, Dennis, would you say are teapots like proxies for the Chinese Navy or their cargo ships? It's getting cold. Hey everybody, good morning. If you're just now joining the stream, would love if you give the video a like, hit that subscribe button as well if you haven't already. Send this channel to your friends that are involved in politics, that enjoy listening and engaging in political discussion. Would love to have them here for future streams. We hung out in front of the U.S. Capitol for a little bit and also hung out in front of the Supreme Court building.
Somebody likes something?
Yeah, I think mine just dropped a pen.
Is that you?
No, that's not me.
Okay.
Must have been
Somebody
Yeah,
else I can't
yeah, somebody else. And now we're heading down to the White House. Going to be checking the White House, see what's going on down there, and as well the Ireland Embassy of Ireland. So, love to take your questions, hang out with you guys a little bit. We're talking about the Strait of Hormuz and Tucker Carlson this morning, but any topic is really on the table. So, no matter what you would like to engage within, happy to discuss any kind of politics, sports, really anything. It's Ask Me Anything Tuesday. Yeah, guys, already Tuesday. Happy St. Patrick's Day, by the way. Hopefully you're able to crack a pint of Guinness open sometime today. Clip says, is this AI? No, sir. I'm in, yeah, that's right. I'm just a floating head with the tie. And Rex asks, who is this guy? Well, my name is Aulden. I used to work in the U.S. Senate for 2 years, and now started this channel a couple of months ago. We ascended over 500 subscribers Friday night, and now we're, I believe, a little over 550. So would love to, we are ascending it rapidly with your guys' support. So we'd love to have you guys here for the next live stream. So please hit that subscribe button, leave the video a like. We are hanging out here today, heading down to the White House. Oop. Yeah, something's going on over there. Vernon says Republican 26 and 28. And Benny says, I thought the president was supposed to go before Congress before an act of war. Yeah, so like it's technically, like I guess on paper it's technically not a war, but if you listen to the president's speech a couple Friday nights ago, or whenever we launched the initial wave of attack, it was for, he encouraged the Iranian people to storm important government buildings and to take over the country. So it was pretty, yeah, it's a regime change war. And Dale says, hi, watching from Northampton, England. Well, hello, Dale. Thank you for joining the stream today. We are here in Washington, D.C., nation's capital, hanging out with you guys, taking your questions. Would love to chit chat and get to know you guys on the stream. Here's the Russell Senate office building, where about a third of the senators have their personal offices, where their staff meets, where they meet with where constituents and other meetings, all that exciting stuff. So let's see. Karabek's a special military operation is exactly what Putin used to go into Ukraine. Rex says, LOL, that worked out well. Fire says, your sunglasses are so cool. Are you happy you got those particular ones? I am very happy. Love my Versace's, baby. Erie says, Ireland celebrating St. Patrick's Day. Britain celebrating Ramadan. Vernon says, Rec, did you have your fun snacks? 921 says, war is war no matter how you slice or dice it. -1 says, the sunglasses look like women's sunglasses. These are the sunglasses the Notorious B.I.G. wore a lot. I big fan of Biggie Smalls, the rapper. So I can say with confidence they are not women's classes. Dirty Money, welcome back, Dirty Money, bro. Thank you for joining the stream once again. Morning from the Texas oil field. How are things down there? We're talking about the Strait of Hormuz today. Are you guys seeing any problems or anything going on? Rexalot says, where they get on their knees for APAC. Yeah, man, you know it. Mobile gaming. Tucker doesn't deserve to go to jail. He's a good man trying to stop World War III. Vernon says, Rex, what are you doing out of your doghouse? And Fire says, so sunglasses must work better if they cost more. I'm not sure how much they cost. They were a gift. Johnny Hugginson says, Iran isn't weak. Rex says, tiny hats run the country. And Stormtrooper adds, Tucker deserves justice. Courtney says, how could Tucker stop a war? He's trying to, so he's very opposed to this conflict in Iran right now. Fire says, you like Biggie, you must like Diddy. I think Diddy might have got Biggie killed at this right now, looking at what all Diddy has, all this stuff with his, not even just the baby oil, but that's a big part of it, right? But also the parties and just who he was connected with as well. Pretty bad news. Dirty Money says, we booming. Yeah, man, it's got to be pretty booming time right now. Man, it's starting to get cold. I gotta get my gloves on. Shit. Johnny says, snow all around outside for me. Going on, man? You know it. All right, yeah. I guess see if I have my gloves here. Snow all around outside. Thought it was done. Dude, we're in that fake spring era where it gets quite warm for a week and then boom, it's right back down to right back in the 30s or whatever. And I don't think I have my gloves in my bag. Oh well, I'm just gonna have to be tough, I guess. Check this pocket, but oh, I do have them. Haha. Let's go. Haha. My hands won't dry up anymore. Hand got so cold it won't open. Awesome. There we go. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. All right, let's see some of the comments I missed. Dirty Money says, question, since guilty of association by association is a thing, is Crockett just as guilty as her security guard? Man, I did see some of that. So, and what the security guard, was he deleted, right? That's what we were talking about yesterday. And that's a pretty wild story down there in Texas. Vinny says if we offered Iran 51st statehood, then they would probably consider it. Yeah, they definitely have to say yes, because then they'd finally be a nuclear armed state. Dirtyman says, yes, sir, he's done for. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Johnny Huggins, since why do you wear a suit for work or just to look nice? So usually in the mornings, I'll stream for a couple hours, and then I'll go work to do a shift at work. My current shift schedule at work is all over the place, so I don't have a set time or routine. I just kind of get my hours done when I can. So I go work after this, but I also usually wear a suit Monday through Thursday. It's just also pop out a little bit, and I do love looking dapper. Hey everybody, good morning. If you're just now joining the stream, if it's your first time hanging out, would love if you hit that like button. Also hit that subscribe button so you can subscribe to the channel. It's a phenomenal way in which you can support the channel. We were at the beginning of last week, we were at 390 subscribers and ended the week over 500, and now we're already above 550. So we're ascending rapidly with support and engagement and having a good time with people just like yourself. So would love if you guys subscribed and joined us for the next time we stream. So a little preview for tomorrow is that tomorrow morning we are going to kind of do some reporting. We won't be walking around as much, but we'll be doing some reporting. In the Senate, we're going to try to go to Mark Wayne Mullen's confirmation hearing in the Senate, because he'll be replacing Kristi Noem as DHS head, the head of Department of Homeland and Security. So yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit of reporting tomorrow morning. Yeah, we're heading towards the White House, because that's where the Ireland embassy is located in, or located near, not within, but. Whew. Dirty Money says, dapper, haven't heard that in a while. Vinny says, forcing them to learn English. Ranger says, we losing the freedom war, but was too stupid to realize we already lost. Faraz says, I wish U.S. government would focus on China instead of Middle East. Faraz says, I already read that comment. And then Rex says, glad she gets 6 figures. Courtney says, I don't think you're losing the war. I just don't think everyone understands why. Benny says, Iran can pay off our national debt with their oil revenues. Joe says, English is not the original language of the Americas. Get over it. English is from England. Go back over there. Hat Music 1453 says, Iran and China is the same thing, genius. Faraz says, do you think I speak good English? I think so, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone can clearly understand what you're trying to communicate. And then also adds, it's disrespectful to call Iran and China the same. Assume one, it says they're different with the based emoji, culture, and religion. Joe just says Mexicans were here before the Europeans. That's already, we've moved from the Capitol building. So already making some pretty decent progress there. Awesome. Dirty Money says, at Joe, next you're going to say the cowboy culture was born in Mexico. Courtney says, a stroll in the park. Benny says, we need to take Mexico and Canada. Cole Auld says, Mexicans made everything but a functional society, and people don't migrate to Mexico for a reason. Bandit adds, hey, Aulden, why might Tucker go jail? Did I miss something? So a couple days ago, Tucker Carlson released a little video where he mentioned that the CIA or other government personnel have been looking into his messages on his cell phone, or he had been told, or at least claims that they were. And I don't think it's a huge risk of jail, but we know in times of war, the countries want to keep people tight-lipped, make sure a whole lot of crazy stuff doesn't happen or whatever. So I don't think he's at risk of jail. And I think the viewers agree with the poll question. But yeah, maybe if you want to check out, I'm not sure how much you listen to Tucker, but if you want to check out his page and watch his little video, that would help as well, I believe. But I pretty much kind of summed it down for you. Yeah. Rex says it's to scare other reporters that may be trying to cover the other side of the story or just talk with other people or whatever it is. Faraz says, you see, there are two types of religions, national religions like Judaism that belong to one nation, and global religions like Christianity and Islam that have global and humanitarian message. Wow, already at 214 votes. We're doing quite well for the poll today. Assume one says Judaism with an eye emoji. And then Joe, it says manufacturing jobs are in Mexico. No jobs for you, American. Faraz says, my question is, since America First movement wants to focus on domestic issue and become nationalist and isolationist, do you think that is incompatible having a global religion like Christianity? That's a good one. Thank you very much. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That's also why I wear the suit. Get tons of compliments all the time. I got a green suit, like a bright blue suit, a purple suit, a tan suit, a navy suit, a black suit, and a gray suit. I got like 7 suits. And I love them.
All fucking day. So right at the end of the day, I'm like,
Whoa. That guy wasn't too thrilled. Okay, so however, where was I? Oh yeah, your question about a question about America First movement. So I'm not as sure on the religious side of it, because it is ultimately a political movement. So in terms of the politics, maybe the political side might take priority. Not that the religious side isn't by any means, but to sell a political message in the country, maybe the movement will try and focus on the political side of it, I think. Vinny says, could be a Epstein cover-up. And responding to Watch 5047, Courtney says, that's so cool. Faraz says, bro, by the way, I don't know if anyone ever told you, but you have a nice voice. Thank you very much for the compliment. Joe says, government watches everything. That is no surprise. Then Joe asks, Aulden, are you a racist? Aulden, just tell them you don't have any bananas and keep walking. And Rex says, I deliberately put my Ring camera in the bathroom when I'm pooping. I like to. That's nasty, bro. No one wants to see that. Well, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about your personal life. Maybe. Benny says, Contour, Canada is the rest of the world. We know we're not messing around. The Man Show says, what does Tucker Carlson have to do with anything? I'm not sure if you saw last couple days, he released a video statement with to where he claims that CIA and American government watching his cell phone messages, trying to get a hold of his messages. And in times of war, we know governments try to keep everything kind of tight-lipped, maybe to intimidate other journalists or reporters from trying to cover the situation. Anthony says, has Trump been successful at putting anyone in jail? If so, who are they? Honestly, I don't think there's been any deep state arrests this Congress or this cycle. Yeah, nobody. I can't think of anybody. Can you guys? Benny says, we also need North Korea. Man, the wind this morning. Hey everybody, good morning. If you're just now joining the stream, would love if you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Would love if you hang out with us a little bit longer on this stream. Heading towards the White House today, show you guys what's going down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, as well as the Embassy of Ireland too. Braxalot says what a shithole DC is. It's gotten a lot better since I moved here. It used to be you couldn't go 15 feet without seeing a homeless person. Now they've deported most of the homeless people, I'd say. So it's a little bit cleaner. So it can be sometimes, Rex, but have you visited DC before? I think a lot of them got deported to Baltimore for the most part. Baltimore, because I went to Baltimore some time ago, and that city, if you guys think DC is bad, Baltimore is the next level of homeless. Like, we're talking about homeless people with like rib cages showing. Like, it's actually pretty bad. Like, very bad, actually. So yeah, Baltimore, that's a whole nother level. It's Baltimore. Courtney says, is it because of drugs? A lot of it is, yes. Also I think the city has some kind of culture as well, where there's just maybe more homeless people there. And Khan is right as well, is that all of these major cities, all of these large cities do have a chunky homeless population. Everybody, we're in front of some of the Smithsonian museums now. Started the day at the Supreme Court building, but now moving down towards the White House. Going to show you guys 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Beautiful day. Well, since beautiful day in terms of the sun, but the temperature is not the best ever for sure. Might not be a bad idea. Try to find somewhere and get coffee kind of soon. All right, let's check out some new comments. See what you guys are saying.
Over here?
Stacy says, "Why should Tucker be arrested?" And then adds, "Are those lady sunglasses?" They are not. So I'll answer the second question first. Not lady sunglasses. These are big fan of the Notorious B.I.G. So, all right, should be back. Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. The stream cut for a second. Just had to hop right back and do things, but we should be good. But back to the Tucker question is, I don't think he should. I don't think you should. If you see his timeline this weekend, he released a video where he claimed that someone had told him, or he figured out, that U.S. government personnel had been allegedly looking through his messages, going through his messages, and he was just kind of a little concerned about that. Also stated like that we're in a time of war, so governments like to keep the citizenry a little more tight-lipped than usual. So that's just kind of a little backstory about that. And yeah, it's good. A lot of people are interested in the situation as well. So hey everybody, if you're just now joining the stream, would love if you hit that subscribe button. We walk around DC 4 or 5 days a week. We take your questions. We also hold the desktop shows as well. Last night we talked about Ireland with my pal Alicia to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. So would love if you gave the video a like and hit that subscribe button. That's the best way you can support us right now. And got a couple of new questions we'll get to. Eldon Joe of the Dark Moon, are you a fan of Trump, the non-protector? And then adds, do you have a job? Yeah, I have a job. I just work different hours. Faraz says, do you have Irish origins? No. Good question, though. I was just interested. So I kind of get interested in all of the countries at some point. On the show, we've done Japan, Ireland, Greenland, Venezuela, Mexico, Iran, Yemen, Lebanon, Somalia, Sudan. And I believe that's all of them. Yeah, that's all the countries we've done overviews and deep dives on so far. And we're only going to keep increasing that number. So Eldon says, what do you think of the United Kingdom? Yeah, I know, especially learning about Ireland. You guys have that uh, Northern Ireland. It's part of the UK, so that's very interesting. Um, but I don't have any really negative feelings towards the um, United Kingdom by any means. Are you from the UK? Maybe, I'm assuming. And then Courtney says, how do you like your coffee? I'm a pretty plain Jane kind of guy. I'll usually just go for a black coffee, hot. But I don't know, sometimes when I'm maybe with a group of friends, I'll just order a drink or what they order just to get something fancier. But I don't know what it is usually or what the contents of it are. Stacy says, what did you go to school for? I studied political science, also got minors in history and international studies as well. And I was also a swimmer in college as well, so I was a D1 athlete. Eldon says, have a good day, got to go, peace to the world. All right, much love, brother, thanks for stopping in. Would love if you subscribed and joined us next time. And let's see. And Eldon also added, we call Ireland England's Vietnam. Jimmy says, what happened to Tucker Carlson? Why is he going to jail? He's not going to jail right now, and I don't even think he will be. It's just, check out his page. He released a video a couple days ago, a little concerned about CIA and government looking through his messages. So, there's the monument for everybody, Washington Monument. Stacy asked what school. University of Evansville in Evansville, Indiana. Aviation with a couple of emojis, and Kana says Tucker wouldn't be giggling like the way he does in prison. E9K says, bro, I'm back. Did you say hi to Trump yet? We're heading that way. We're approaching in. We're approaching the destination. We're at the Washington Monument now. So we're just a couple minutes away, I'd say. It's another cold day out, so
Okay, but I'm over there. Yeah.
got some cherry blossoms trying to blossom. Courtney says so pretty. Absolutely, very pretty day out here in Courtney. DC is a beautiful, beautiful city at the end of the day. Con says we took school field trips to DC years ago from New Jersey. Yeah, right now it looks like there's a lot of these middle school, high school field trips, spring break trips occurring right now these couple of weeks. I remember when I worked in the Senate, there were always dozens and dozens of these school groups that would try to get tours and check out. So when I worked in the Senate, E9K, did I see corruption in the Senate? Dirty Money says, what's your opinion about those cadets deleting the terrorists last week? Man, that, like 2 in one day, right? Pretty frightening stuff. No question about it. E9K says yes. Oh yeah, there was corruption everywhere all the time. The Congress is riddled with so much corruption, you guys, it's hard to even explain. It's very frustrating and saddening. Just the amount of people who don't care either, that are just there for, they want to meet people or do whatever. It's a very sad situation. Faraz says, I like the George Washington Monument, learning about its history through me a lot. Or you like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, US history is very fun to learn about. I kind of learned about your country's history to them as well. Courtney says, wait, there was a terrorist attack? Yeah, there were a couple last week. There was even, there was one over the weekend as well. There was the synagogue in Michigan, but I also, and here's where online is tough now. I heard that the FBI had toured or did some kind of practice run at that same church a few months prior. Did you guys also see that as well? Because it's getting to the point where I see so much stuff on, like we were talking about earlier, information overload, that it's hard to even know what to believe anymore. Now we're going to be, White House is just right over here. So we'll head there next. Dirty Money said training. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and I saw that and I was like, holy cow, that is crazy, bruh. So, hey everybody, for just now joining the stream, love if you pounded that thumbs up button, leave the video a like. Please, while you're at it, pound that subscribe button as well. We are, so at the beginning of last week, we started at under 400 subscribers and we're now above 550. So we've grown at a rapid rate here in just the last couple of days. So would love to have you join future streams as well. So make sure you're subscribed. We do these kind of chats all the time.
No, not there.
If you see a phone on the ground, let me know. It's just like the camping things.
Excuse me. Yeah, here's the White House for you guys. Not sure how well you guys can see it. Yeah, we're still low ways out, but at least you can kind of see something here. Lions roaming around. Not that I've seen. Maybe in some places on Earth, but not in Washington, D.C. There's not a whole lot of animals here at all. So. Australia, I think, is the best example. And Khan, it says, yep, I can see the pillars. We have Australia has a whole bunch of animals roaming around. That's going to be a little tough, I suppose. E9K says, also the White House seems so surreal. Seen so much in media and movies. It is pretty cool seeing it in person. Yeah, so many people talk about it and know about it, so. Okay, hey, E9K, we have Shaneo375 says he's from Australia, so you can ask him about all of the lions. And Courtney as well, yeah. Got a Yellow Summer 25 says, why is Ireland relevant in this war? Not really in this war. We just wanted to change things up a little bit. We've been talking about the Middle East a whole bunch on the show, and with St. Patrick's Day being today and the United States, figured we talked about Ireland a little bit as well, give everyone something different to munch on for a little bit. learn something new about a different country. So some cool stuff there. Yeah, just kind of have Ireland theme today. So Con says Ireland is relevant for St. Patrick's Day. You know it, you know it. Joe D says Israel first and United States of Israel. Boo. Con says, what? No green tie? LOL. So I don't have that many. I have one green tie and it's a totally different green than this. So I figured to just go with Ireland, as just make it a whole Ireland themed as well. And what I'll probably do, like if after work or whatever, I can always dump the tie and just go, yeah, unbutton the first button. So yeah, definitely hope everyone goes to some kind of Irish pub after work or something and hangs out a little bit. So I will say, I'm pretty good at selling the podcast, like selling this channel to strangers in real life now. Like I can go to random people and I can convince them to subscribe to the channel now. So I got a couple of new comments from some new people. Once I get to all of them here. Jimmy says, why would Tucker, a media personality, go to jail? Sounds like a conspiracy. All right, so we'll address the Tucker situation here. So I'm not sure if you guys saw his media on his social media a couple days ago, released a little video statement where he said CIA, other government personnel, he had been tipped off that supposedly they're going through his messages and like a criminal inquiry and whatnot. So just he was just a little concerned with that. But will he be arrested? I doubt it personally, but it's a lot of people are talking about it, so we're having a good time chatting about it. Let's see. E9K says, you said you used to work in Congress. Where do you work now? I'm still in politics. I'm in the private sector in DC now. So I'm not in government anymore. I do stuff that kind of ties in with government, but not all the way. And I'm also hoping to get this channel big enough one day to where this can be my passion in my life. So would love if you guys hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and would also appreciate you guys hanging out with us on the next streams we do. We walk around DC all the time. You're just now joining. We're just a couple blocks away from the White House. Want to try to go show you guys what's going on with the White House. So, yeah, you can kind of see it right here a little bit. So, cool stuff going on down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue today. Yeah, let's do a little update on the poll is that 290 of you have voted in this poll, and 75%, about the same as yesterday, about 75% of you believe that Mr. Carlson will avoid any jail time, but 25% of you believe that he is going to head to jail. So it's the stream buffering, Dean Kruger, is it just not running as fast as it used to? Yellow Summer says, oh, I don't think I want to. LMAO says, question is, how do we feel about terrorism leader leaving? Oh yeah, the not Bongino. I can't Moreno, something like that. So yeah, I saw he's retiring and then, or leaving, one of the two. And then Nome she was axed a couple weeks ago. So there's some big changes going on with DHS personnel. The unmapped pages says Joe Kent. Dean Kruger says you're good now. All right, thanks for the updates about my signal. Appreciate it, gentlemen. Notorious TBG says God bless Trump. I got the notorious BIG glasses on, so love your username. So here. Yes, sir, notorious TBG, you know it.
And that is a great one.
All right, here's the last one. Okay, so another, let's go to Stacy's question about midterm, I believe midterm predictions. It's not, so I'm not sure. Oh, if you guys were paying attention yesterday, did you guys see so Trump, he was sitting with Speaker Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. It was some kind of press conference, open roundtable, and Mike Johnson was talking about Representative Neil Dunn. I believe he's maybe from Florida, a congressman from Florida. and they were talking, Johnson and Trump, and Johnson was like, yeah, Congressman Dunn said the congressman had a terminal illness, a terminal diagnosis. And then Trump like blatantly announced that he was going to, be dead by June. Yeah, Stacey. So that means the Republicans, if that's true, that means the Republicans, they're going to be down another seat in the next month or two now. So the House just looks really almost impossible because Doug LaMaffa, he died like a month ago. He was a congressman in California. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene, she resigned a couple months ago as well. So they're already down 2 to start the year. And if this Neil Dunn congressman, if he does die by June, then they're going to be down to 3rd. And the House it's just going to be gone simply. The Republicans will lose their House majority at this rate. So yeah, I don't think there's really going to be any of that anytime soon. The trifecta is probably going to collapse come November. So that's my prediction. But yeah, I'm not sure if you guys saw that too. That Neil Dunn congressman supposed to pass away by June. That's pretty crazy to blurt out at a press. I don't think that was supposed. Yeah, I don't think we were supposed to know that. So. And then, so if you think about it, think when we talk about becoming awoken, right, on the channel, just think of the political calculus that was made for that. That's because Mike Johnson knew that this Neil Dunn guy he probably knew about the diagnosis, well, a couple weeks ago. He knew that Neil Dunn was going to die, let's say 3 to 4 weeks ago. That's why he didn't encourage Tony Gonzalez, the congressman from Texas, to resign. And I'm not sure, we covered Tony Gonzalez on our Texas election preview episode, but he's involved in an affair, and his ex-wife or ex-lover, she committed suicide by setting herself on fire and killed herself. So there's a congressman from Texas going through that as well. So it's just not looking good for the House majority right now for the Republicans. Let's just say that. So. All right, but hey, if you're just now joining the stream, would love if you gave the video a like, if you hit that subscribe button. We talk politics all the time on this channel. You guys can ask me questions. Also, some people you guys will just kind of battle it out yourselves in the comment section, and I'll add commentary, I'll add support maybe if need be. But we're having a good, fun time hanging out with you guys here. You're good, Yellow Summer. Yeah, if you guys can always go back to some of my former live streams, and we talk about a lot of these issues as well. Especially a lot of them that have thumbnails are ones that were at the desktop. So it's maybe a little more structured of me more of like kind of discussing the issue more than just kind of hanging around DC. Here, we need to find the All right, let's get some coffee somewhere. Let's see. Stacy says, do you consider yourself MAGA, conservative, center? How do you classify your political beliefs? Definitely right wing, still right wing. Not as MAGA as much recently. Been a little disappointed with Epstein files, war in Iran, with other like the tariffs not really working out right. So there's been some disappointment. Man, I hear. So definitely supportive of the agenda. It's just not happening at a rapid enough rate, I'd say. We need better. Okay, did I lose service to you guys? Here, I'll wait a second. That seems like, yeah, everything just depopulated real quickly. Here, I'm gonna try. Okay. Oh, it just took a second. Okay, great. Awesome. Yeah, it just took a second to repopulate some of this stuff. Awesome. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Yeah, it must have just been in a bad stop. Yeah, like we're definitely still right wing. It's just there's been some disappointments that I think that kind of led me to start the channel as well. Is that it's just a real disappointment. That could be it. Yeah, I am in like this downtown area now, more or less. Going to try to find somewhere to stop for coffee. Yeah, I think that's the problem. So yeah, we're going to try find somewhere to grab some coffee. We'll sit down, hang out in a coffee shop with you guys, and we'll keep walking after that for a little bit. But then, yeah, we'll probably go to the Ireland embassy. Con says log into the that's a good idea. I'll go somewhere I've never been before just to try somewhere different. Dean Kruger says my biggest disappointment is Pam Bondi. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with everything. Yeah, she's been a disappointment. I'd say Nome, Chrissy Nome, she was also a disappointment. Patel, and he's CIA, right? Yeah, or no, FBI. No, Bondi's FBI. Patel is CIA. Yeah. But yeah, Patel as well. So Okay, Cash is FBI. And Bondi is DOJ. That's right. Okay. See, there's so many of these agencies. Especially with people now being fired and whatnot. You have Christy Nome, she's gone. Regime change at Homeland Security. So yeah, if you're just now joining the stream, so tomorrow morning, instead of walking around DC, we are going to be doing some reporting. We'll be going to Mark Wayne Mullen's confirmation hearing and checking that out, showing you guys what a Senate hearing is like. Also showing you guys like around the Senate office, the building I used to work in. So it will be a change of scenery tomorrow. And we'll be trying to try to get some statements from some people at the hearing. So yeah, make sure to take it easy tonight. So, like myself, so you're not ill tomorrow morning. Dean says no, Cash is FBI and Bondi is DOJ. Khan says alphabet soup with all of the agencies. That's what it feels like, bro. Yeah, that FDR alphabet soup. Dean Kruger says, ooh, that'll be interesting. And LMAO says, also, as Trump said, do you still care about the Epstein files? Anyone who does is a loser. I remember that too, yeah. And that was around the time, LMAO, that I started to grow really frustrated with just the admin as a whole. Yeah, it was kind of around that time that I was like, I'm not sure if this is actually with a movement that it promised to be during the campaign. So okay, I got a couple of Khan says, keep yourself hydrated, electrolytes block hangovers. You know it, bro. Yeah, like when I get to work today, I'm gonna need to try to drink like a gallon of water or something just in case. You see, there's this place that usually we'll go to for St. Patrick's Day every year, and it gets a little wild. Let's just say that. So. Oh yeah, dial up. That's another good quote. I remember that one as well, because wasn't the question? It was with Laura Ingraham on Fox News, I think, and she was asking about why do we need, what was it, the 600,000 Chinese students or to fill H-1B caps or something like that, and he said Americans don't have the talent. So that was another big one. Like, what is like legit? What is actually going on right now? Stacey Murphy says women still care about justice for victims of sexual assault. And then Jimmy says, of course we do, but have due process. Yellow Summer says, it certainly took a spin. Never liked him though, ever. Joe adds, there are unqualified puppets. Stacey Murphy says turn the files into trials. Everybody, good morning. If you're just now joining the stream, out here walking around DC looking for a place to grab some coffee, we'll recharge a little bit, chill out for a couple minutes, and there take your questions, continue to take your questions, and then we will head towards the Ireland ambassador's house. The Embassy of Ireland on Embassy Way. So now we're on K Street now, baby. So K Street is where all of the lobbyists are and all the lobbying organizations reside in. Con says all the deals are made on K Street. This is kind of the actual Congress. Good point. Con. Let's see. LMAO says, in response, so I'll read Jimmy's comments first. Exactly, if we turn the files into trials, there would be a lot of Democrats facing prison. It just baffles me why Democrats didn't release the files when they were in office. They had 4 years to do so. And then LMAO responds with, they were sealed under court order because of Ghislaine's deposition, and Trump ran on releasing those files. Yellow says, we have a K road, I'm scared. Paul says, Sanctuary City's getting iced with ice cube emoji, strong emoji, pray and target emoji. Many Watch 5047 says, when do you think the war will end? Good. It could be years, honestly, because the problem is our objectives with the war is because Trump said on that the night we attacked them, said that we need, or he encouraged the Iranian people to overthrow their government and topple the regime. One second. It's just kind of stuck there now. Okay, let's see. Sugar and milk. Ask Aulden, did you get your coffee yet? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for a new coffee shop I haven't been to before. So we're actively pursuing the coffee. Yeah, just very hectic around here, though. There's so much stuff going on. Can't believe it's so hard to find a coffee shop around here, though. Feels like it's just restaurants and bars now. Okay, let's go through a couple of other comments here. LMAO says, and I don't care who's in them, everyone should be in prison. I agree, man. Yeah, it's anyone that is compromised or somehow connected to those files that did actual wrongdoing, they need to be prosecuted and dealt with accordingly through the legal processes we have in our Constitution and in our laws, for sure. So yeah, I'm with you there. Khan says months to decades for the length of the war. Yeah, it's definitely not going to end anytime soon, is my guess. LMAO says I'm not a partisan hack. Jimmy says everyone has forgotten about the laptop. Stacey Murphy says it's no longer Dem versus Republican. It's billionaire Epstein class versus the W-2 class, low-income people who work for a paycheck. Courtney says the fire trucks are hectic. Joe says start the way off with some coconut lime juice and oil. Oil is the best way. Nice. Hey, Aulden, get a coffee with caramel. Definitely will, bro. All right. Then Jack says, you are handsome. Gotta be your boyfriend. Not into men. But I appreciate the handsome compliment, though. I'm only attracted and only attract beautiful women. Joe says, caramel is going to make you crash. John says, not sure. It got kind of half of it got translated, half of it did not. 2949 says only so much. Remember, coffee dehydrates you. Water up as well. Thank you very much. Tommy says, so talking about the laptop, I'm Sofa King. We tall did. Crossway says, government fraud, waste, and abuse should be priority. Telecom to Cloud says, we, people of China, intelligent, strongly sane with Iran. And Stacey Murphy says, coffee shop is at 20th and F. 20th and F. Let's see. I'm not 1,000. There's got to be maybe this one down here. Go to the coffee shop at 20th and F. All right, I'll punch that guy in my, or actually, I should just be able to find it. Yeah, so we're just going to go down here. We'll head towards Stacy's recommended coffee shop. What's so funny, Tommy? Zero times. 2021 F Street. Okay. All right, bet. Hey everybody, good morning. If you're just now joining the stream, we are out here walking around Washington, D.C., taking your questions, chatting about politics, whether it's the Epstein files, Hunter Biden's laptop, immigration, Ireland, Iran, war in Iran, all that good stuff. Love hanging out with you guys on this Tuesday morning, and would love if you gave the video a like, hit that subscribe button. Wonderful way in which you can support the channel. We crashed. So at the beginning of last week, the beginning of last week, we were under 400 subscribers. And now, and we blew through 550 subscribers just in a week. So we're up 150 in just a very short amount of time. So would love if you helped us keep the momentum going and subscribed yourself. That would be an awesome way that you can join the Awoken and the future. Dean Kruger says, it's 11. You should be hearing a call of prayer any minute now. Jimmy says, JFK was the last honest president we ever had, and they assassinated him. Steve says, what happened to Tucker Carlson? Yellow Summer says, I'm actually freaked out being so close to DC. Stuff is going down. You are brave to do it. And Joe says, the war will end many, many coffins later. Yeah, good little comment stream. Everybody hanging out with us today on this Tuesday morning. I wanted to get to Steve's question about Tucker Carlson. I'm not sure if you've seen recently that Tucker was he released a video statement couple days ago that said he was tipped off, or someone had told him that the CIA or somebody, U.S. government, looking into his phone records because he was talking to Iranian officials. We know he had the president of Iran on last summer following the June strikes on for an interview. So just a little, just kind of put that poll question out for the day, is that you have maybe some concerns, or Tucker had some concerns a little bit, maybe with his security and whatnot. So yeah, that's the Tucker deal there. Dean Kruger says, just up. Thank you very much, Dean. Appreciate your support, big man. Glad to have you on the team.
Long drawn out traffic jam which I've been a part, which I've been stuck. Yeah, I was planning it from
Island Life. Welcome back, Island. Thank you for joining the stream today. It says Tucker is a reporter from V for Veneta. Chipotle Thunderbird says DC is a dumpster fire. Welcome to the stream, Chipotle. Thank you for joining us today. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a phenomenal day. Jimmy asks if Trump is allowed to run for a third term, and adding, I don't think he can, or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, so he's termed out. He's served his 2 terms. It is now over. I finally found a coffee place. I think it is, at least. Nope, it's not. Some discussion about who might run for president next. Yeah, it seems like at least on the GOP side, the GOP front runners seem to be Tucker and Marco. Or excuse me, not Tucker. JD and Marco. Okay. Seems very strange is the vibe I'm getting. Island Life says JD works for me too. Glenn says, is Tucker going to jail for being an asshole? Flower asks, go to jail for what? Not sure if you saw over the weekend, Tucker released a little video statement about his concerns with CIA, going through his phone, checking messages, all that stuff, for talking to Iranian personnel. He just released a little video about it, laying out his concerns, letting people know maybe government's doing that to discourage other people, or and all that stuff. Let's see. Khan says, man, I just need to find somewhere at this point. I don't really care anymore. I've seen RFK in person here in DC at George Washington University back in January, a couple months ago. He was the speaker for the Turning Point USA event, and I went with some buddies. We hung out there for a little bit just to see him speak, and it was fun. So I always like listening to political figures speak in person, no matter who they are, honestly. It's always fun. Crossway says, I don't trust Marco. He wears too many hats. LMAO says, how we talk about how our troops live in a black mold even in DC. Dean Kruger says, I'd have to say that I've been really impressed with Marco. Yellow Summer says, RFK, dude who literally had his brain eaten. Yeah, that's a good idea. Here we go. Finally found one. Sam asks your views on Marco. Are you in DC? Yep, I'm in DC right now. I'm actually just a couple blocks away from the White House. Been walking around trying to find a good place for coffee. Just found one though, I believe. So we'll hang out there for a little bit, chit chat with you guys a little bit longer. My thoughts on Marco. I did a breakdown about Marco with Uh, he had his Munich security conference meeting, and he gave that speech about Western civilization, which I was really impressed by it. So, all right, we made it. Can I get your largest size, just hot black coffee, please?
It's gonna be 446.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Alrighty, bet. Let's chill here for a little bit. Maybe we can even, let's just check out what's going on. Alrighty, let's see what's going on. Island Life says as fresh as homemade. Thank you, brother. Jimmy says, but I have a compassion for Democrat voters and prayer that they would find peace with Jesus Christ. Pulp is doing low trolling today. Always gotta love it though. Dean Kruger says at Joe, if you're here to troll, just want to let you know that you're helping the YouTube algorithm, so thank you for that. Of course, yeah. Hey guys, and if you're also new to the stream, new to the channel, would love if you hit that like button, join the comment section down below. Got some of our buddies down here, and some of our OGs. Trossway, he's been here since the very beginning. One of the first subscribers that the channel's ever had. Island Life, he's been here a long time as well. Jimmy, he's been here a couple times the last few days, so really starting to build a community. So definitely, glad to have you all here today. So would love if you guys also subscribed and joined them and joined the Awoken community. We've Dean that subscribed earlier this morning. So Dean is one of the newest members of the Awoken. And it looks like we, our friend at Mask 8213 says, hello, brother. I found oil in my backyard, and now the FBI is calling me. Well, sorry to hear that. You might have struck an unfortunate gold mine with that. Yellow Summer says, anyways, need full party change quick. It's gone real wrong. Don't care red or blue, just not psychotic crap. Trossway, I enjoy some of the troll comments. Adds a little space. Yeah, it does. And right now, any publicity is good publicity. So we'll take everyone who wants to help us out. We're not going to stop them. Let's go to. Let's go. Yeah, this website. Okay. Got a couple of other comments. Strassway, can you buy a suit at Walmart? Yeah, good point. Yeah, I don't think you can. Yeah, not that I'm aware of. Khan says I've been here for a whole lot of minutes. Not quite OG material, but liked and subscribed. Thanks, brother. We'll definitely have you around on future streams. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, man. Appreciate that a ton. You are a part of something very, very cool, and at the still very, very beginning of it, I'd say. We're still just a couple of months old. Lucy says, at Paul Potman, I can help you find a GED program if you let me know where you reside. You obviously need a job and some education. At Paul Potman, can you buy Iranian freedom at Walmart? Dean Kruger says, a good suit ain't cheap. The last one I bought was over $400. They can get quite expensive. Especially some of the nicer ones, to your point. I bet. Let's check some messages. Dude's texting me. And someone, do you guys see Joe Kent? Yeah, Joe Kent just resigned. Do you guys see that from National Counter? Okay, so that's what. So I thought you guys were talking about Bogino earlier. I didn't realize Joe Kent had resigned. That's a pretty big deal. Huh. Yeah, my buddy just texted me that. Yep. Jimmy Canada says went under Kent Neal. The living at 8632 says you support Trump. I'd say it's a right-wing channel in general, where sometimes if the president won't put America first, then we're going to call him out on it. So I'd say that's a general position that a lot of us hold here. Yeah, crazy stuff going on with politics here recently. Bull Potman, can you do a Trump impression to awaken us? See, I don't really impersonate Trump all that much, so something. Get this here, yeah. Hang on, yeah. I know. Usually something. I just kind of have to move myself. Here we go. Yeah. All right. Actually, yeah, I can't do it. I don't have the goofy kind of. I can do the hand, the accordion, all day long. I've mastered that, but yeah, the hands. Yeah, it's all about the hands. So, alrighty, we're at war with the Iranians. We're trying to end this quick. Open the Strait of Hormuz right back up. All right, that I'd say that was pretty solid. I actually tried to put some effort for that one. Dean Kruger says Canadians have the best coffee. Tim Hortons is like crack coffee. 1 cup ain't enough. Island Life says we are decided which day to crash markets, which day works best for y'all. Do you believe Netanyahu got? I think that would be. I'd be surprised if he was honestly dead. Because the reason I say that is it would just seem like a lot of. That would be like almost careless on the Israelis' part. It would. I'd be shocked to see them that clumsy or sloppy. But the stuff they're putting out about him isn't really helping the situation either. So. Got my black coffee, just waiting for it to kind of calm down or cool off, I should say, not calm down. That makes no sense at all. Cool Old says, I think it's designed to make you question everything you see in here. I agree. Yeah, I think it's a strategy of like an information overload up to a point. Pammy D says, hi, hello, Pammy. Thank you for joining the stream this morning. Thank you for being here. Please, if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to leave them and enjoy the chat. We're just chit-chatting about Netanyahu and politics. Omniscient 118 says, love Canada. Well, hello. Thank you for joining the stream. And if you're from Canada, hello from Canada. Relax black coffee, just so you know it. Yep. Just got to chill. And Bear says, I can't drink coffee since I had heart surgery. Hate that, man. Yeah, everybody, if you're just now joining the stream, we're here chilling in coffee shop, taking a little bit of we have been walking for the past couple hours, taking a little bit of a break, just warming back up. It's not the coolest day for walking around. Let's just say that. So I'm here. I can check the channel a little bit now. All right, everybody, awesome stream. This stream is amazing. We're at 567 subs right now. So that means we've gained, just this morning alone, we're already up another 13. That's amazing. So thank you for subscribing if you have so far. Deeply appreciate your support. Yeah, this is amazing. Thank you all so much. We're getting there, brick by brick, man. And now since I'm on my computer, Crossway says, "Is your suit green?" Yes, sir. Got to get that the St. Patrick's Day special. So yeah, I got my green suit on today. Awesome. Yeah, I was able to get my computer fired up here as well, so I can send messages now in the chat. Crossway says, "I've downed 2 Guinnesses already this morning." Nice. And Cole Alds asks, "How many shekels does your loyalty cost?" Can never buy me out. No amount of shekels will ever make me do anything that betrays you guys or the United States of America or my beliefs, my values, principles, all that good stuff. Yeah, Crossway, I'm a get. Crossway says everyone has a price. Let's see. Island Life says, "With the right leverage, I can move the world." Yellow Summer says, "Nice work, Aulden." Thank you very much, Yellow Summer. Yeah, Yellow Summer has been a subscriber on the channel for a long time as well. Some of the first subscribers that I can remember the most: David Moore 7110, David Thompson 3415, Bandit, Trossway. Those are probably some of the earliest that like weren't like people I knew in real life. Yeah. So it's been cool seeing them stick around for all this time and hanging out. Even like today, they're still here. They're always interested in what's going on and just meeting new people along the way. It's been really fun building this channel up. And we're approaching 600 subscribers, and we were at 390 last week. So we're definitely in the right direction. So we're going, excuse me, we're going up and up each and every day. Glad to have you guys with us here, hanging out with us all the time. Huh. Thank you, Bandit. Appreciate you. Big time, big man. You've been here a long time. Wouldn't be here without you. Without you and your help and support. And so yeah, Bandit, being from Florida, do you have any thoughts on James Fishback versus Brian Donald, the governor race coming up in late summer? have the stuff there. There's no way you can remember those timestamps. Oh well, never mind. Yeah, got a couple of new questions. So, yep, BDB from Evil says, "Get a real job." Hilarious. Ball Bandit says, "Not really been paying more attention to work and international events." Okay, tracking. Yeah, and you still got a couple months for that primary to kind of boil and cook, let steam a little bit. So you still got some time there. But I just know that governor's race in particular is starting to get some attention from political observers around the country. Yeah, we're at Island says, "I can make you president, no strings attached." Heck yeah, bro. Bandit says, "I'll have to dig into it a little bit more than." Awesome, bro. Yeah, it's the Republican GOP primary for governor. It really seems to be these two candidates, James Fishback and Brian Donalds, are getting the most attention out of it. Everybody, just a little update on our poll this morning. At 358 votes, 75% of you believe Tucker Carlson will not go to jail, and about a quarter of you believe that he will go to jail. Yeah, just interesting stuff happening. And with the also Strait of Hormuz, right? We see the president attempting to get other countries to submit warships and battleships to the strait, and other countries are like, we're not doing this. So Strait of Hormuz battles will continue as well. And Tommy with a good point. Not only does 20% of her oil go through the strait, 30% of her fertilizer does as well. I believe I saw that as well. So it's going to impact multiple sectors of our life. Absolutely. And industries, economies. Dean Kruger says, "I see Virginia is kicking themselves in the ass with their new governor right now." Let's go up a little bit. Okay, so And Mimi says, hi, hello, Mimi. Thank you for joining the stream today. Hope you're doing well. We're here in Washington, D.C. right now, taking your questions, taking a little bit of a break from walking. We're chilling out in a coffee shop for a little bit. Going to be taking your questions here for a little bit, doing some editing, trying to get some more videos out for you guys as well. So, British. Tommy says, so much for the peace, President, and the lower prices, President. All right, so it looks like you may just need all of this stuff then. A. Gray says, hi. Hello, A. Gray. Welcome to the stream this morning. Thanks for joining us for a little bit. Appreciate your time here, man. How are you doing? Mimi says the whole world is topsy-turvy. Tommy says FIFA needs to take that award and he needs to give back Machada her medal. World Cup is going to be a shit show. And A Gray 777 says it's my birthday. Happy birthday, A Gray. Hope you have a wonderful day, man. Happy birthday. Parker says, what up, dude? What up, Parker? How's it going, man? Welcome back. Thank you for hanging out with us again today. Glad to have you back once again. A Gray says, every day above ground is a win. You know it, man. Yep. My apologies, Mimi. Topsy-turvy. Goodness. Tommy says, I wouldn't go close to a World Cup match with a 10-foot pole. I'm sure other countries feel the same. Yeah, that is this summer, so. Hey, Nurse Rod. Hey, Nurse Rod. Nice to see you again. Right now, we're in a coffee shop. So the White House is right over here. So we're right next to the White House. Just kind of doing some edits. We were walking around DC for a couple hours, but now we're taking a little bit of a break just to chill for a moment. That we're still hanging out, trying to get some clips out for the YouTube page. Dean Kruger says, peace out, everyone. I've got a meeting coming up, so I got to bounce. Catch you on the next one. All right, Dean. Very nice to meet you, big man. Thank you for subscribing. Island says, don't worry about FIFA. We canceled summer. And Khan says, waking up on the right side of the grass is always a good thing. You know it, brother. Every time. Can never get always got to be thankful for each and every day. save that. Parker Whitaker says, are you more Republican, Dem, or Independent? More right-leaning. Oh yeah, and Parker, thanks for your questions on the Ireland stream last night. My friend, sorry we couldn't get to all of them. My friend had to go. It was already late in Ireland. Um, so yeah, sorry about that last night. But thanks for tuning in last night as well. We have very good questions as well. And thanks for your. Was your buddy ever able to get connected to the YouTube channel? Do you know that you wanted? Yeah, you thought he'd be interested or something. Khan says Formula One canceled the April races in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia with all the bombs going off. That's right. The Middle East, it's essentially shut down right now. All of the tourism, the big opportunities such as that are being canceled or delayed, postponed. No one's flying in. That means the capital isn't flying in. So, yeah, we've talked about this before. Like Iran's strategy of attacking the Gulf countries and essentially shutting down and using asymmetric warfare is, at least right now, keeping them alive. Not sure how long it can last, but they got something, at least right now. Let's see. Skip Woosman says, just like our tourism, right? What about our tourism? Lowest it's been. And how long? Again, silence. Thought so. I don't think we don't really rely on tourism in particular. Like it helps, but yeah, I haven't heard anything about it being lower at all. So. Parker Whitaker says, I told him about it. He says he has a GIS bachelor's and asked if I would run with Tucker for president in jail. I don't want Tucker in jail, no. I'd run with him, though, if he needed a vice president. Skip Woosman says, go look at Las Vegas. It's very apparent this admin's policies are hurting tourism. Yeah, just like, well, people in general, we just don't have as much money, and the dollar isn't stretching as far as it used to either. Like, even since 2020, the value of the dollar has gone down by, 20-25%. So we've lost 20 to 25% of our purchasing power in 6 years. So we're also getting screwed that way as well. Yellow Summer says maybe that was the wrong question. Or what's oh, okay? What's your prediction for World War III? Uh, I don't think he'll start from this. I'm not. Yeah, because the problem is this time there are at least 8, 9 countries that have nuclear weapons. So um, that's just going to stop a lot of stuff right there immediately. Um, yeah, like that's why Iran's has been under threat forever. Is that they have never been able to get the nuclear bomb like North Korea. They were able to do it. How many times have we tried regime change in Pyongyang recently? Right? You know what I mean? So it's just I just don't see anything like a catastrophic World War III breaking out anytime soon, because there's all these countries have a deterrent to just blow up a major city, a major population center. So I don't think anything like that will happen. But um, good question though. So Island says we have a treaty with the aliens not to use nukes. Good one. Things just seems very volatile. Definitely can feel that way for sure. Have Are you talking to me or Yellow Summer Island? Parker Whitaker says, "What do you believe is the single greatest threat facing the U.S. today?" Probably. That's a good one. The single biggest issue. Con says fast food. That's not a bad one. I don't know. I kind of feel like population decline in terms of, uh, yeah, citizens having children. Um, that's a pretty big problem. Uh, Mass immigration as well. Just the dollar in general losing its weight. That's also like if our currency, um, if other groups like BRICS start trying to take over with an alternative uh, currency, then that could put us at a little more of a risk for being the top dog in the world. Yeah, I think you guys all have good ASW, crazy leadership being owned by Israel, and Khan says decline of middle class purchasing ability. Yeah, just the purchasing power of the dollar uh, kind of crumbling is not a help at all. So yeah, just think like people. I'm sure this happens in every generation, but um, yeah, it just seems like in particular, people my age just are not. Yeah, just it's so hard to get ahead right now. So, Island says less children makes me very sad. Bandit says Fishback was banned from all Florida Waffle Houses. No more scattered, smothered, and covered anything for him. I found that funny. Yeah, he's a pretty funny young. He connects with the young voters in Florida pretty well. I'd say people my age are definitely voting for him. He's got the young people uh, in his corner, I'd say. Khan says children are great. They're even better when they go home. Parker asks, "Do you want to hire me as your Socratic questioner?" Yeah, dude, I may need you. Yeah, you ask a lot of good, tough questions. So I appreciate it, bro. Let's see. Okay, trying to get a thumbnail ready. There we go. Awesome. Now I can see. I can still see you guys and work at the same time. I- Everybody for just now joining the stream. We're hanging out here in Washington D.C. Just wrapping up some edits. We're going to hit the road here soon. Once again, get back on our feet. Keep walking around DC, hanging out with you guys today, taking your questions. We'll head to the Ireland embassy, see what's going on over there. Uh, Where's the Mills building? Tony says, hey, what's going on, Tony? Welcome back. Nice to see you again this morning. Hope you're having a great day, man. Yeah, we're here chilling, grabbing some coffee, taking a little bit of a walking break. Still hanging out with you guys, though. Taking questions. I believe oh, then that's right there then. So cute. All right, cool. Tony said, no, Ebenezer today. Yet not Eben. We're more near the White House today. We're on kind of the other side of DC, hanging out. Sean Lawrence Kearns. Why would Tucker go to jail? What crime has he committed? So I'm not sure if you saw Tucker's video that he released a couple of days ago, where he was discussing that CIA had been looking at his phone messages, or someone had let him know, at least, or that's his claim, and seemed a little concerned over that. So we're just kind of chatting about the Tucker situation as a whole. So yeah, Tucker made a public claim that CIA and US DOJ are preparing a criminal inquiry against him for acting as an unregistered foreign agent. And Carlson also said that the investigation involves his communications and interviews with Iranian personnel prior to the conflict that we are in right now. So that's a little rundown with what's going on. And Parker says, have the U.S. people as your questions or concerns, and would you still do lives as president? Always, man. I don't think I'd be able to walk around at D.C. as freely as I am now, but maybe we could do lives every now and then. We can have some fun. And Benny Boy 100 says no. And that's what 380 of you have voted now. And at 381 of you have voted, 75% of you have said no, he will not go to jail. And about a quarter of you believe that he will go to jail. So everybody, if you're just now joining the stream, would love if you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. Subscribe to the channel. We walk around DC, do lives all the time, hang out with you guys. We talked about Ireland last night. Had a special episode. Talked about the history of Ireland. So you should definitely go back and check that out as well. For sure. So would love to have you on the Awoken team. Benny Boy says, why though? Tax evasion or something? So I'm not sure if you saw a couple days ago, Carlson released his like a video on his page making a public claim that CIA and DOJ is preparing a criminal case against him and for allegedly acting as a foreign agent. Said he would need to register under FARA because his communications with Iranian officials before this conflict began. We know last summer he interviewed Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, and maybe has talked with other Iranian personnel. Um, but I think it might just be they're trying to um, scare some people. So from not talking about the situation. Con 0088 says, "You moving too much? I'm almost done." And Georgie Pretzel says, "How much money does this guy take from APAC?" Parker Whitaker says, "Would you endorse Tucker, and do you think he would endorse you?" About endorsing me, I have no idea. I I think he would if he got to know me a little bit. So some big stuff there. Uh, would you do an interview with him? Would you try to? I think so. I think it would be cool to talk to Tucker. Yellow Summer says 1. Everybody, good morning. Hope I should say afternoon now. It's past noon. So good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Awoken with Aulden. We're out here talking to you guys at the coffee. We're about to pack up here any moment now. Just want to get one more video edited and published, and then we'll continue our walk to the Embassy of Ireland in honor of St. Patrick's Day. Then we'll probably start walking back towards the U.S. Capitol, wrap up around there. Amptoon says, "Are you concerned about world famine by 2030? There may be parts of the world where it continues to get worse, like Africa. But the world, I think, I don't think it'll be. Yeah, I'm not as concerned. Do you think it might happen, though? Or would you say you're concerned?" What do you think might accelerate world famine? Agriculture is dropping. It's true, yeah, and like there's less. It feels like there's less and less farmland. and all that stuff. As well, particularly in the Midwestern countries, that like China is buying U.S. farmland. So Parker, yes, yeah, free speech would definitely reign in the country. Definitely try and stay out of war at all costs. Yeah. And Yeet says, "What do you think of Mossad owning America?" I think it's a little upsetting, or very upsetting, actually. Tony says we need education on jury nullification. Khan says AI farms and data centers seem to be the only climbing businesses. Yeah, that's a good point. For sure. Let's remove pauses. Yeet 46 says they're trying to deny it, saying he was a Russian asset. LMAO. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, it's almost like Russia had almost nothing, very little to do with the whole Epstein stuff. Like, yeah, dude. Come on. All right, let's see. Tony asked where yeah, it's all about AI, right? They're trying to push the AI, all these data centers in a lot of these states. Let's put that there. There we go. Oop. There we go. Nice. Yeah, we can keep this guy chilling here. It takes forever for some of this shit to delete sometimes. Come on, let's go. Need a new computer, or need a more upgraded, more advanced version. I've been running on this MacBook Air this entire time that I've started the channel. You got a couple of new comments and questions here. What do you stop data centers? Yeah, because it's rising up the prices for all of the like local residents who live in those communities, like by a lot, not just a little bit. It's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars per month for a lot of these people. Wait. And we're just going to have to probably publish this as is. Island Life says buy a new computer quick while you can. China taking Taiwan soon. Yeah, they may. Like it's definitely at risk a little bit. We know China, they released their white paper that they would like to be in a position to seek regime change by 2027 at least over there. So a little frightening for sure. Sam, what's the biggest fault line of the GOP right now? I'd say right now it's not being in sync with the voters. I'd say. I'm not sure if you guys saw the other night. Saw Mark Levin got a personal tweet or a personal truth like defending him because Megyn Kelly said he had a micro wiener. So um, yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's not really going. It's not. Yeah, the train is totally off track. So, huh. I just got to delete one more line of stuff on this video, and then we will be able to post it, and we will head back outside, everybody. So let's go. Do you think all government officials should have full transparency of the district that they represent? Could you elaborate a little further, maybe? So, like, when you mean full transparency, like, and when you mean government officials, like, are you talking about like a U.S. congressman or? Yeah, I think I kind of get your main idea. I just don't understand all of the question right now. OS NX4OL says hi. Hello, OS. And Benny. Hello, Benny. Welcome to the stream as well. So I'm not sure if you guys saw with Tucker the other day, Tucker released a video on his profile that he made a public claim that the DOJ and the CIA have been preparing, have been preparing a criminal referral for him with maybe being a foreign agent when he was talking to Iranian officials before the start of the war. So some pretty crazy stuff there. So Parker, you can kind of, so if you go to FEC, or like, I think it's the FEC website, and with campaign dollars, they already have to report everything they've, they already have to make all that stuff public for like meals and receipts. Um, and I believe so, like for and their official money, let's say they're a member of Congress, they also have to keep track of all money that has been spent through uh, the taxpayer funds or whatever. So that stuff's already kind of out there. So good question though. Yeah, cons, right. Yep. All campaign income spending on the FEC website. And every quarter, so the 4 quarters of the year, after every quarter, they need to, or they're by law, they have to submit a report detailed with all of the stuff they spent money on, whether it's hotels, food, consulting, or consulting, other campaign funds and expenses must be reported as well. So some of the donors have to be known. So like every time, even if you donate to a federal campaign, I think you have to fill out your employment status, address, stuff like that. Anthony Gibbo says the video he done the other day came across like he was definitely worried. Yeah, I think that's why he released it too. It was like almost a way to kind of protect him, yeah, to make people talk about it and kind of shield him a little bit, right? So as long as people know about it, it might protect him a little bit. So I agree, Anthony. Um, he did seem a little concerned. Yep. All right, it's almost done loading, guys. Once it gets done loading, we'll get it published, and then we will head back out to the streets. Hey, everybody! If you're just now joining the stream, join Parker and Anthony and Con down in the chat. We're talking about Tucker Carlson. Parker's given me his best questions. Going to be hanging out with you guys as well. All right, nice. Let's get this published. That's why I had an admin at Amin said what he said about Israelis. Parker says, what do you think of Pam Bondi and the files? Yeah, I've been disappointed in Pam. Let's just say that. And about lowering taxes. Yeah, definitely try and cut, obviously, right? Just kind of have to see the budget. And Blessed by Him 93 says, there's someone currently putting rubber bands around a gallon of milk with thousands of viewers. How does that make you feel? Nothing in particular, because those people are just wasting their time. At least on this channel, you're able to learn. We discuss and engage in political thought and theory and challenge each other about our ideas. So, yeah, that's why it's called Awoken with Aulden. Like the actual truth about the world, that people are just pissing their life away watching stupid ass videos like that. That's true, Con. Yeah, I mean, definitely, yeah, definitely not a model or someone to look up to. That's for sure. Yeah, let's go with 3. Schedule this guy. All right, nice. We got that scheduled, guys. So we are going to, let's pack up here and head back out to the street. There we go. Cool. All right, let's get going.
That team member that he goes for, but even like.
Well, hey, everybody. Hey. Oh, so, all right, everybody. Hey, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I also kind of mentioned that tomorrow night we would be, for Awoken Wednesday, we'd be talking about NIL and sports gambling with my buddy Zach. And you can follow his sports podcast. It's at the Zemo Sports account. That's commented. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about NIL, sports gambling legislation, all that stuff, with especially the March Madness tournament beginning here soon. So you'll definitely want to check that out if you have time. Tomorrow evening, also, yeah, I got the White House just right over here now. And we're going to head towards the Ireland embassy. Let's see. 1701. Go 1700. No. How's everyone? Please leave the video a like. Please subscribe if you're new, hanging out, new to the channel. Would love your support. We're out here hanging out, walking around DC with you guys, heading to the embassy, the Ireland embassy here. We're going to show you guys what's going on. Should be right around here, I believe. Island asks if Iran can drain the swamp. Not sure. Colt of the Glenda says, walking around DC, don't have something better to do. Well, started the channel a couple months ago. So at the beginning of last week, we had under 400 subscribers, and now we're approaching 570, I believe. So we're building something very important here. We have deep dive discussions about politics. I show you guys what's going on in DC, and we kind of build from there. We're building the community. We have a solid core group of you guys that return on a frequent basis. So that's awesome. Very happy with what we're doing. So thank you all for your continued support. Oh, man. All right, everybody, we're quickly approaching the Ireland embassy. Promised I would show you guys for St. Patrick's Day. Parker says you should scooter around. Might need, yeah, we've been walking so much, may need to, but now the scooters they're kind of a little expensive from time to time.
They're not serrated.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Tony advises wisely that to not do scooters without a helmet. All right, so this is as close as we can get. Here, we can show you the flag. So the Ireland embassy. It's about as close as we can get. They're doing east, so they're doing like the east room or whatever construction, and they've had like a lot of these pathways shut down past several months now. It's like the new shot that like tourists when they come and visit the city. Now it's more kind of this, if you follow this way. Like the protests we went to this last weekend, we live streamed that one as well. So yeah, a lot of stuff is kind of different now with the construction going on near the White House. Anthony says, get one of them motorized one wheels. They look cool. Yeah, they look cool. I'm just afraid I'd fall and hurt something probably. So Parker says, can you go in there, or do you need a passport to go in the embassy? So it's kind of roped off right now, so I wasn't able to enter. A lot of the time they will like on weekends sometimes they will have some events, and you can enter in the embassies and check them all out. So I've been in the Chinese embassy before, been in a couple others. Oh yeah, look. Oh yeah. So we have the Prime Minister of Ireland in that car. See, that was the Prime Minister of Ireland, because the Prime Minister of Ireland and Trump, I believe they just had lunch together or something. That's what Alicia said on our show last night, if you were there. So, pretty cool, yeah. Only on this channel will you guys see live breaking news updates, live man on the street DC content. So you'll definitely want to hit that subscribe button, leave the video a like to help our channel grow even larger and larger. So at the beginning of last week, we had under 400 subs, and now we're approaching 570. So we're gaining, we have a lot of momentum going for us right now, guys. We're going to keep pushing, keep grinding out there, and we'll continue to crush it. So thank you if you're new to the stream. Appreciate you being here, having fun, hanging out with you guys in Washington, D.C. We're right by the White House. So right here you have the Eisenhower Executive Building, where a lot of the White House staff will work out of.
Might have working back here. True. Because I'm not like, I had that happen.
Excuse me, gentlemen. All right, let's read a couple of comments. Sorry, I didn't want to be too distracted while walking in the street there. Family Business 6491 says, will Tucker Carlson go jail for what? So, not sure if you saw his videos the other day, or his video he released that DOJ, CIA has been looking, or he made a public claim that CIA, DOJ has been looking into his messages when he was in talks with Iranian personnel before the beginning of the war. And he released a statement the other day outlining his concerns with that. So it's about a 5-minute video. It's on his page. So Parker says, how often do you talk to Trump? Probably every day. Yellow Summer says, oh. Cole Auld says, can you tell your boss to take me off the watch list, Aulden? Just did. We'll have you removed, pal. Then Yellow Summer said, right. 3 random words said TC dash straight to jail. So you have 414 of you guys have voted in the poll so far, and about 3/4 of you are saying Tucker Carlson will not go to jail. Actually, now 73% just had a couple of additional votes. Yes is up to 27%, probably high. It's been at 20, 25, 75 most of the morning. Now, since we've hit the afternoon hours, it seems to have changed a little bit. So everybody, if you're just now joining the stream, would love if you give the video a like, hit that subscribe button. We're out here hanging out with you guys. We're 225 minutes of live content, I should say, excuse me. Out here walking around DC. If you've been watching, you've seen the Prime Minister of Ireland and her motorcade leave the White House. We've been hanging out by the White House, walking around, showed you the Ireland embassy as well. We were at the U.S. Capitol starting the morning and went to the Supreme Court building as well. So we're walking all around DC today, hanging out with you guys. Appreciate you being here. Parker says, we're asked which law would first pass. Probably do something with immigration, I'd say. Yeah, try implement mass deportations. Elmi 4399 says, why politicians souls in Israel and not the American people? Yeah, a lot of people are asking that right now. There seems to be the tide starting to turn when it comes to that question, I believe. Yeah, this war in Iran is deeply unpopular. Nobody really knows why we're doing this. So, yeah, just not very popular right now. Parker says, do you trust Trump? It's especially after this Iran war stuff, it's hard to look the other way now. And the Epstein cover-up as well, right? And he gave up on mass deportations. So those are 3 pretty damning things. Kumar says, I believe Tucker needs to go to Arkansas Mental Asylum. And Peace asks a question, do you agree with the Iran war? I don't. It's a war of choice. Yeah, we should be trying to get our homeless veterans health care and housing and food. All that stuff should come first before this conflict in Iran. So, but here we are again, you know. Peace says, thank you for answering honestly. Of course, that's what I'm here for. Can't BS. I can't BS you guys. Yeah, hey guys, just started this channel a few months ago. If you're new, we walk around DC, take questions, we talk politics. We are hanging out with you guys. Would love if you hit that subscribe button, if you left the video a like as well. Join Kumar and Parker and Peace down in the comment section. We're here talking about politics, talking about Trump, war in Iran, all that good stuff. Other people have been in and out this morning, so very happy you guys are here, having a lot of fun with you guys. Walking towards Washington Monument right now, kind of walking back to Capitol Hill area. So hanging out with you guys here. Kumar says, you a good man, but good people don't last long. Lost my keys for real. Says, on God bless, man. I'm still around. Ain't forgot about your channel. Thanks, bro. Yeah, wonderful to see you again, man. Yeah, hope you're doing okay. Yeah, appreciate you big time, man. You've been here a while now. And a couple 43.99 says you have a great day. Thank you. You as well, brother. Thanks for popping in. And Parker with a couple questions. What law will you first pass, and do you trust Trump? Do you have a different outlook with him in the files? Yeah, I think everything needs and should be released that is in possession by the government, and any related documentation held on by anybody. The public, we need to see all of it. We have a right to see all of it and should demand that. And Kumar says, what's your take on Tucker? So yeah, we're talking about, the poll question is in reference to, not sure if you guys saw his video he released the other day, but he released a statement video where he mentioned that DOJ, CIA, and other personnel, those guys have been looking, or he made a public claim that those guys are looking into his cell phone records, his messages, believing that maybe he's a foreign agent or something like that. So, yeah, that's just a little crazy, right? So, because he had an interview, he interviewed Perzeskian, the president of Iran, last summer after the strikes, the June strikes against nuclear facilities in Iran. Parker asks, do you think they have blackmail on Trump? I don't, maybe. There's something not right for sure. It's either they have it on him or somebody he's close with or a bunch of people he's close with. So. All right, let's see. Khan says, what are you paying for regular gasoline in your area? I've seen it spike. So thing is, in DC, the reason I walk around so much is that I actually don't have a vehicle. So I personally am not, I'm so impacted through the oil volatility, right? Through like deliveries and stuff like that. Like, you know, it takes more gas for the delivery trucks to arrive in, right? So there's that, but I don't fill up a car. So I'm not sure some of the, and gas, it was already expensive in DC anyway. Everything's expensive here. But um but yeah, so we're just going to hanging out. But no, I'm sure it's increased decently, if not significantly. E9K says you should make a Discord server. Oh, that would be fun. Yeah, make a little chat or something. Cole Old says, do you play computer games? No, not really. Not since I was younger. I don't play all that many games anymore, honestly. Andre Chang with a question. What are your thoughts on Joe Kent resigning in protest due to the Iran war? Right, yeah, so I saw that this morning, or I should say it was, some people were talking about in the chat earlier today. And I thought it was, because I saw something yesterday that, but Gino, the DHS border guy, he was going to retire soon. And I thought that's what everyone was talking about. But then my roommate texted me about Joe Kent, and I was like, wow. So that's yeah, man, like it's kind of house of cards is starting to crumble with this admin in some areas. It's not what we were promised by any means. So good question, Andre. I saw he released like a statement and whatnot. Was there any other maybe specific details he mentioned at all?
Gonna get you.
E9K says, dude, you'd be amazed what games they make now, like Resident Evil. NRP says diesel is is $5.29, up $2, and our fuel comes from the oil rigs off the coast of Texas via Houston. And this all happened in less than 2 weeks as well. And Adam Sinclair locked Tucker Carlson up for espionage. Yellow Summer adds, that's a lot of flags. No kidding. Yeah, there's always a whole bunch. You gotta make the Washington Monument look all pretty and all that good stuff. Yeah, make it look gorgeous, patriotic. E9K says, did you put sunscreen on? You're in the sun for a while. Did not put sunscreen on today. Last week I started to get a tan a little bit with how much we were walking around outside and when it was like 70 some odd degrees. Khan says, yep, regular gas has jumped about $1 a gallon in South Carolina. Kumar says, what about Obama? Did Obama say something recently? Yeah, I'm not sure what he said or if he said anything. And then lost my keys for real. Says this war seriously needs to stop. Really feeling it on my bank balance every month on my budget. And Parker says it's went up $1 in Arkansas as well. So yeah, these aren't tiny. These, by any means, these are not tiny increases. $1 a gallon, that's pretty huge, especially right now. We were talking at the coffee shop how the dollar, the purchasing power from the dollar is not stretching as far as it once did. So it's already causing a lot of stress and difficulties. Yeah, good questions, though, everybody. Lost My Keys for Real says, Iran is in no situation to negotiate with Trump, so it's up to Trump. Yeah, and Iran, we know that they're not going to meet any of the, or all of the demand that the United States is seeking, right? So that's why they chose to keep fighting, right? That's why they basically said, well, we're not going to give up any we're not giving up enrichment, we're not giving up this, we're not going to stop ending support for the proxies. So shove it, and here we are. P says, I am concerned for our ports, shipping containers bringing unwanted stuff. And then user says, hello all. Hello, user. Very nice to see you again. Thank you for joining the stream this Tuesday morning. We've been out for a while, walking around DC, taking everyone's questions, getting to meet new people. So glad to have you back. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Oh, wow, look, it looks like they're tearing chunks out of the National Mall. Oh no, that's not good. User says it looks nice out. It is a nice day out. Yeah, very nice day. It's a little chilly, I will say. So, other than it being a little cold, it's not all that bad. Parker says no one is talking about the container workers going on strike for kids and containers. The news just said they are doing it for higher pay, which is not what they are fighting for. And then Kumar says the Sharia law. Interesting. So, hey, everybody, if you're just now new to the stream, feel free to drop a comment down below. Join user Parker and Kumar and Peace and Lost My Keys down in the comment section. Join the party with them below. Also, if you're new to the channel, please hit that subscribe button. Would love to have you hang out with us on future streams. leave the video a like as well. That will help us grow the stream. So thank you all for being here. Happy to take your questions. We got a couple of questions. Sam says, what is the biggest liability of the GOP is what? I'd say right now the promises from the party are they're not materializing from what we voted for, I'd say. So I'd say that just their mass deportations are not happening. We're in war with Iran, where Doge kind of shut down, right? That really never came to fruition. The tariffs are being refunded. So you have just a lot of stuff not working out right now. So I'd say that's probably the biggest liability, I'd say. Good question, though. Inner peace. Yep, beautiful day. You got a couple comments from Dennis here. So I gave my lecture on China's soft power engagement in certain African countries and how they relate to and the pressure regarding the Strait of Hormuz. There is consensus among bankers and businesses that the U.S. is like the unpredictable here, and China is like the wise, patient tortoise in the race for global power and trade. Kumar says, is U.S. ambition... is your ambition to go as an investigative journalist or get into Congress? I'm really liking this media side of things. So I used to work in Congress for a senator for 2 years, but I'm really liking this media route I've taken here recently. It's nice to get to meet new people, chit chat with people about politics, and really create a space where no matter what your kind of views are, is that you're always welcome here to express your opinion and try and make other people change their minds and join you as well. So it's just been a lot of fun with this. But yeah, like tomorrow we're going to be doing, tomorrow morning we'll be covering the Markwayne Mullin confirmation hearing in the Senate. So we'll be in the Senate tomorrow morning, hanging out with you guys there. So we do a little hybrid on this channel. Sometimes we have, like last night when we talked about Ireland, that was all like desktop show. That was like a Tucker Carlson podcast type of feel, right? Just me behind the microphone talking about Ireland with my buddy. Then we have streams like this where we're out walking around and I'm taking your questions in real time, talking to people. Then we have some where I like go to events, go to protests, for example, and do man on the street interviews as well. So I kind of got a couple lanes, couple avenues with this channel, I think. And they're all three starting to compound and pile and excel. So that was a little long. So Parker says, that sounds like a lot of backtracking. Lost my keys for real says, hit that like and subscribe button. People, let's support Aulden for always being so cool and open-minded to all of our questions. Absolutely, I second that. Thank you, Lost My Keys for real. Appreciate you, brother. User says, food and basics not going down, but Trump stares. He is working on that next. We will see, though, and adds that you are doing a great job. Thank you very much. And then Parker says, what about the body on Trump's golf course? Not his wife, but the other one. NRP says, where are you from / grow up? Indiana. Den says, rabbit or hare? I was using Aesop's fable. Sam says, bro can easily get a job at Heritage Foundation. Kumar says, the markets are going down. Stock markets are dipping day by day in small percentage. User says, I was sad I missed that. Parker says, isn't Trump doing insider trading with crypto? Yeah, there's something there for sure. And Sam says, open-minded and readiness to talk all ideals is a key characteristic of a Republican guy. Yeah, I'd say like we're probably around 570 subs now. We've gained, yeah, guys, we've already gained like 70 subs like in the last 2 or 3 days. So we're taking off now. We have a lot of momentum going for us. And soon enough, we'll be above 600, then we'll be above 700. And then boom, we'll be at 1,000 in no time. So yeah, if you guys have buddies that, you know, may be interested in this channel, please send it to them. We got to keep building. So thank you guys for being here. Sam says, bro, have you heard of Heritage Foundation or not? Yes. I've been there before. I went to their election night watch party for 2024. So, yeah, I know a lot of people in the Heritage Foundation. User says drones. Trump's son is into drones. E9K says insider trading is basically where if you're Trump, you get someone to make a poll what Trump will say X this week, and then Trump votes on yes. Not exactly. Lost my keys for real says you're going to gain a lot more. Just keep being you, Aulden. You're awesome, and so is your channel. Thank you, brother. My mom is watching as well and she says hi. Awesome. Yeah, hello, Mrs. Lost My Keys for real. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Thank you very much for tuning in. Glad to have you here. We love the moms out there. Love all of our moms. And Han says 1 million subscribers by Friday. Dude, that would be legendary. Yeah. Actually, I just never turned this stream off. We stream for the next 3 days straight. I walk around DC for 3 days straight. My feet would be totally rubbed. They'd be totally rubbish. But I do it though. We got to grind, man. Sam says, sometimes I feel Trump lacks that character, so we need that in a strong politician. Yeah, sometimes, and E9K says, if you make a Discord, put it in your channel's bio. I'll get my friends there. Awesome, dude. Yeah, get your friends to this YouTube page as well. I don't have a Discord yet, but that could be something we could think about here in the future. Maybe it'll help us like plan stuff a little better, potentially. User says we can do it, Aulden. Yes, we can. Dennis, do the U.S. have irreplaceable trade partners? Ooh. China, honestly, China. I'd say maybe not India, but yeah, China. It would be tough without them. Tough without even sometimes Canada and Mexico for certain situations, and a lot of Europe as well. Striker Bandit says, Aulden, you're a hard guy not to like. Trust me, I've tried. Just kidding. Love you, bro. Thanks, bro. Yeah, appreciate the compliment, man. That's awesome. Love you guys too. We are growing this channel. Nothing's going to stop us. Parker says, what's your job now working with the Gov, and what are your roles? So I'm not with the federal government right now. I'm in the private sector. And Amore 890 says, wow, you're really handsome. LOL. Thank you very much. Appreciate the compliment, making me blush. And here you guys are flattering me today. E9K says yes, and if you need help with it, let me know, bro. Of course, man, thank you. Yeah, right now we're really focusing on the YouTube channel because, so in order to get super chats, I need 500 subs, which we've achieved. We've hit that marker, and I need 3,000 watch hours. So that means it's 3,000 total watch hours of people watching my live streams and my videos on YouTube as well. So that's our next goal. We're about around 1,500, or at least it takes 5 days to update. And like streams like this, we get a bunch of hours with. So we're probably near 1,800 watch hours. So we need 1,000 left to go. But naturally, the more subs we pick up, more people will tune in. So we'll snowball that goal here soon. It's really just about, right now I'm really trying to focus on getting a core group like you guys that are here frequently. I want to build strong foundation for the base. Let's see. So, lost my keys for real says I'll share this channel with my friends and family. Awesome. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's a big help. Dennis says, I like the honesty. How about the monetary service like Visa and MasterCard? EU's working overtime on making their own. There's this, I'm not too sure, but I know you've probably heard of the Durbin-Marshall credit card act. And I think it has to do with credit cards and like points and miles and all that stuff. And Inner Peace says, Amore wants to know if you're single. That is accurate. Yes, I am. I am actually not in a relationship. Khan says the U.S. exporting body bags to Iran would be profitable. Parker says, what's your favorite underrated spot in Washington, like one many people overlook? Oh, that's a good one. Let me think for a second. So behind the Lincoln Memorial, on the other side of that little road, you have these sand volleyball courts that are super, when it turns summertime, it's one of the most fun things to do in DC. I'm not sure if those courts have a name or if they're just kind of there, but they are a blast to get some buddies together on a nice summer day and play sand volleyball on. So good question though. Lost my keys for real says, I have plenty of gamer friends from around the world of my gaming Instagram account, and I'll send this channel to them as well. They all have around 1,000 or more followers each. Awesome. That's legendary, brother. Kumar says one of the largest oil refineries was opened in the U.S. And user asks, do you have a hobby outside reporting? Yes, I like exercise. I like to run in DC. I like to swim. I was a swimmer in college, so I still enjoy swimming. Wouldn't say it's a hobby. See, problem about DC, and if you ever move or live here, you'll learn this quickly, is that since it's so many different people, like from all 50 states are here, right? Some people from different countries, right? It's just a very culturally diverse city. And that means a lot of people don't have maybe hobbies that are similar or the same, right? And so the lowest common denominator for a lot of people is drinking, actually. A lot of people, they get here and they turn into alcoholics, or they struggle with drinking. So that happens as well. So something drink with buddies from time to time, some other stuff. What else I like to do in DC? The museums are fun. Hanging out on the National Mall is always a good time as well. Good question though, user. Dennis says, I haven't read the bill yet. I don't think it would affect Europe. I will soon. Correct. Yeah, you're right about that. I think it's mostly would have to do with US. Yeah, for Europe though, I don't think it would touch Europe all that much. Amor says, Sam, it says, bro, do some Nick Shirley type of shit. Your subscriber will explode. Yeah, man, I need to. So an advantage of being the DC is that there is a lot of opportunity like that. And I got, the congressman from Michigan, Shai Thander or whatever, I got him on tape. We were at a protest one day. I was doing man on the street interviews with people, and he walked up, or he was there speaking, and I got him on the way out. So that helped my channel grow a little bit as well. Let's see. Then Amor 890 says, recently discovered oil in the Orange Basin, close to maybe San and SA, and has some of the largest deposits of uranium, some which actually goes to Iran and other countries. User says, yes, I love museums and sightseeing. Always a good time, always relaxing time, always a good time. So love that. And Dennis says, yes, China is huge. Because of that, lost my keys. For real says, all right, I just shared it to 10 friends on my recent chats, on my gaming Instagram, and also one group chat of another 10 gamers. Awesome, bro. That's super legendary. Appreciate your help there with the outreach with your buddies. Yeah, like at 390 last week, and then probably around 565, 570 right now. So we're doing the right thing. That's why we've been doing these streams a little bit longer and longer each day, because we're able to meet more people and they join the Awoken there. So yeah, we made it all the way from the White House all the way back to the US Capitol building. And we're going to head back up the ramp. Here, ooh. Let's see. A couple of new comments. Yellow Summer says, gotta go, have a good day. All right, Yellow Summer, thank you for joining the stream today. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out with us for a bit. And Amor 890 says, it's mostly the Qataris Namibian government owns about 10%. China just builds infrastructure. Then user says to Lost Keys, that's awesome. Aulden deserves the support. He is a good guy. Thank you very much. Ooh, looks like, oh yeah, they kind of shut it down. Is the Fifth Fleet operational? China spends millions of US dollars buying soft power. Yes or no, I live here. Then HHIC 4570 with a question, why would Tucker go to jail? Good question. Not sure if you saw his page the other day. He released a couple minute long video where he made a public claim that CIA and the DOJ are preparing a criminal referral against him for maybe FARA violations, discussing with talks with the Iranians before this conflict. We know Tucker interviewed Perzeskian, the president of Iran, last summer following the June strikes against the nuclear program in Iran. So we know Tucker talked with him then, but nothing illegal out of that. But some people are speculating that to silence Tucker, that he may go to jail or might be arrested or something. So good question, though. Boss Mike Keith for real says, you're welcome. This is just at the beginning. I'll keep sharing as much as possible. Yes, sir, it is just the beginning. Beginning of something really freaking awesome. And Dennis says, at more 890 Grape, I went there with an economist because of China. We saw a lot of the same in Initra. And Sam says, some Tucker is a Russian asset in the G. Hey, everybody, just if you're new to the stream, would love if you hit that like button. And if you're enjoying the chat, the conversation we're having, also subscribe to the channel. That's one of the best ways you can support us. We're ascending our subscriber count each and every day, so would love to have you officially on the team here in our future live streams as well. We have a couple formats of the channel. We go live like we have similar to like a Tucker Carlson podcast. Where it's like I'm behind the desk. We're discussing an important topic, more like a podcast per se. Then you have streams like this where I'm just walking around DC, taking your questions, just getting to know each other a little better. And then on I also go do like reporting as well. Like we discussed we went to an anti-Iranian regime protest this past weekend. And tomorrow we're going to be doing some reporting in the Senate. We're going to Mark Wayne Mullen's confirmation hearing. Man, this one make me take the long way. Dang. Con says 43 likes and 12 watching live. Awesome, awesome. Sam says, what do you think will happen in the Ohio election? What do you say for governor? For governor, well, also the Senate race that seems to be tightening, or that at least has the potential to be a competitive race for sure. I don't know who the Democrat nominee is for Senate or who the likely nominee might be. So I'll probably wait for that one. But the governor's race, that could be a surprise, I think. So I made a video a couple months ago, did a stream on my 5 bold predictions for 2026. And right now, already 2 of them have came to fruition. That I said the ICE and immigration protests would essentially grow out of control, and also predicted that the Israeli-Iran war would restart. So we already got those 2.
Well, we're still pretty far from.
So and one of the predictions is that I predicted that Vivek would lose. Actually, he would lose. Probably, I didn't specify whether it was primary or general, but it would make sense if it was the general. I don't think the, what is it, Casey Putwich or something. I don't think he is going to be able to catch up to Vivek in time. But who knows how this if this Iran stuff is toxic for Republicans, then it could end Vivek for sure. Because Ohio, I consider it like a solid red state even, but it's not like a ruby red state like Oklahoma or Wyoming or one of those states that is not even worth paying attention to. So if Amy Acton, if the Democrat can get kind of like a nice little parlay going, get some momentum, she might be able to squeeze it out. Because I know Vivek isn't the most popular figure, especially on the some of this more online right. He's not really all that popular. So we'll just have to see with that, right? All right, let's go to another question. Sherwin Milk says both Senate and House needs to have age limits. Jake Whitehead said, I'm not sure what you mean in particular. Parker says, since Congress can't agree on the budget, why don't we just pay them in exposure and likes like we do to artists, or like they do to artists? Kumar says, Pakistan and Afghanistan are at war. Pakistan struck a hospital in Afghanistan. 400 are dead. 221, her motto, 890 million a day, or billion, I guess. Yeah, that's billion, I think. A day in Iran, but we can't afford school lunches for kids. Dennis says, at Parker Whitaker, that's actually a good sign. Get paid for how many people's lives they make better. Parker says, what about the billions to Israel?
Honestly, I understand now. I'm just checking on everybody.
Let's see. Amor says, honestly, no. Mostly South African, European, U.S. culture, music, TV shows, food, etc. It's actually diverse cultures, races, ethnicities here, and quite peaceful, safe. Chinese influence is very minimal. Lost My Key says, anyone new to the channel, please hit like and subscribe and join us in the free discussion. You know it, man. Yeah, we're here to talk politics and have some fun with it. So, yeah, to expand our knowledge, help us get better at sharpening our points, all that good stuff. User says, did not hear about the Pakistan and Afghanistan situation. Parker says, why does it take 4 years to elect a president, but only 4 minutes for a politician to change their mind on a campaign promise. That's a good point there. Flavorful Mind says, what are we talking about today? Talking about a mix of everything. Talking about Tucker Carlson, talking about war, talking about Pakistan, Afghanistan.
There's like actual.
Talking a little bit about everything. About that. Yeah, it told me it was reconnecting and screwed up. So now, no worries about that at all. As I was saying, probably been walking 4 to 5 miles a day. We're nearing wrapping up though. We'll end the stream here in a couple of minutes. All right, nice. Yeah, I think it repopulated there. Sometimes it'll tell me it's reconnecting and it will spin, and then I have to get out of the YouTube app, reopen it, and then hit resume on the stream. So, but we got everything figured out. Nothing. No. Signal's back. Great. Thanks, Con.
Yep. Yep.
It's getting very dramatic. I love
Questions on it. Make it happen.
Sam says user says Taliban attacked Afghan, and reports say there were a lot of civilian casualties. Sam says if Vivek loses this election, he is finished. Will join Musk, America Party, but the guy's not going to back down. Parker says, since Congress can't agree on a budget, why don't we just pay them an exposure and likes like they do to artists? Yeah, good point. User says Pakistan. Khan says pixelating bad service area. Oh, shoot. Let me know if it gets a little better. We just walked by the congressional building, so that could be a reason why. The trees are kind of in the way, but you can kind of see it back there. Dennis says, at Amore, I never got to meet the people. We only visited ongoing projects. If all politics is local, why does my local representative keep talking about what's happening on a different continent instead of the pothole in front of my house? Amore, you guys have about 160 of you guys have voted for the poll. We're at 72% of you say no to Tucker Carlson going to jail, and 28% say yes, he will go to jail. So a little stronger in the yes column than yesterday. Sam says, I've talked to a lot of Hispanic and Asian voters, and many say they're fed up with Trump. Do you think the GOP is losing their support? Probably some in the Hispanic, I'd say. Yeah, some of the Hispanics I'm sure have dropped off. Not sure about the Asians as much, but wouldn't surprise me if like the Hispanic support took a little bit of a dip with some of the deportation stuff going on, but and Aaron says, why would Tucker Carlson go to jail? So yeah, Aaron, not sure if you saw a couple days ago, Tucker on his timeline released a video about potentially going, or not potentially going to jail, excuse me, about how he was told, or he's making a public claim that CIA and DOJ are preparing a criminal referral against him for speaking with Iranian officials before the war began, going through his messages and whatnot. So he kind of put that out, there online for people to check out. So maybe they're trying to get him under FARA and might try and arrest him. That's what some people are kind of saying. DC is lovely, and trees are very nice. Totally. Yeah, cherry blossom time. So these are going to be sprouting over the next couple of days and weeks here all across the district. Sam says, can foreign actors influence U.S. politics by artificially boosting some kind of thought in public, like you see racism surged in X? Right, yeah, I think, and we've kind of seen this a little bit, that social media, especially now, just think about even 50 years ago, there being, or even 20 years ago, imagine if I was like live streaming in New York, just walking around. Let's say I lived in New York. Now it's just live streaming on 9/11, and just everyone's at home and you guys are watching 9/11 happen in real time on your little phone, just, through some guy you've stumbled across online with. So that would be pretty, just the way technology has changed. Oh yeah, we're right by those. Yeah, we're right by the bus stop again. That's true, Sam. Yep. Especially X. Yeah, it's just kind of, yeah, I think there are some aspects where it's better now that Elon has it, but there's others where, like, there's just so much stuff on there now. It's tough to keep track. The algorithm and all that shit. So, Khan says in NYC, that phone would be snatched out of your hand. Good point. Buffalo Bill, what's up, dude? What's going on, big man? Wonderful to see you once again. Right, yeah, that's a good point, Parker. Yeah, good points, everybody. So hey, everybody, if you're new to the stream, would love if you subscribe to the channel. If you haven't already, love to make sure that you're around for the next stream, because thinking about wrapping this one up here in the next couple of minutes. Yeah, probably had to work for a little bit, but I have seen Black Mirror before. Yeah, it's on Netflix, isn't it? yeah, it's a good little show. But huh. Sam asked, has the crime rate went down in DC? Yes, I would say it feels like there's less murders this year for sure. Like there's still theft, carjacking sometimes, but really the main crime is this youth population will gather by the hundreds, like 300 to 400 to 500 youth population, and they'll just they call it teen takeover, and they will go into these communities and just cause havoc. They'll cause a whole scene, shut everything down. So that's the main problem right now, is that it's this youth population is out of control. Yeah, Soros, he's a big time leftist. Amor says that, just the divides in terms of equality. Things are changing and improving since we voted for a female president. But, all right, everybody. Well, I'm thinking about, hey, if you're new to the stream, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, subscribe to the channel. I'm thinking about signing off here. We've had a good long stream with you guys, but I gotta get to it. We will be with you once again tomorrow morning, hanging out with you guys in the U.S. Senate. We'll be at Mark Wayne Mullen's confirmation hearing in the morning. So we'll try to get some good content there for you guys. And then tomorrow night, we have Awoken Wednesday. We're going to be talking about sports gambling and NIL with our buddy Zach. So you'll definitely want to check that out as well. But with that, guys, I think, unless if anyone else has any last second questions, we'll end the stream here. Thank you all for, hanging out with me and sending, some of you shared the podcast with people. So I really appreciate that. And that's very, very awesome. So, all right, guys. Yeah, Con says, great meeting you, Aulden. Have a good day. Catch you another time. All right. Much love, big man. And User says, thank you, Aulden. Have a great day with the flower. Thank you very much. All right, everybody. Well, we will catch you next time. Have a blessed rest of your day. Nice to meet you all. Please subscribe.